In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, we're live. We're alive. I've had it won a GLAAD award. Yeah, I saw. Congratulations. Can I get your thoughts on the Palestinian? The PFLP, the Popular Front of Liberation of Palestine. My grandpa was part of them, and I recently learned that they're Marxists and it's hype. They are incredible. I love them. They're fantastic. They're goated. DFLP had a factional infight with PFLP. I believe like it originally is all under the banner of PFLP, and then DFLP comes in because they're Maoist, right? If I'm remembering correctly. I find it really funny. I will admit, I mean, it doesn't matter. They're all a part of the fucking militant resistance front. So it's like they're all good, right? Like they're all working for the same goal, which is the liberation of Palestine. But there is something very funny about like being a Marxist-Leninist party that gets like maybe 2% of the vote of the entire Palestinian population. And then going, you know what we need to do right now? We need to separate. We need to do an ideological, factional separation. Okay? It's fantastic. I think it's awesome. There's nothing funnier than that. For my assessment, there's literally nothing funnier than just being a party that has like virtually zero electoral viability and literally constantly engaging in infighting and then just splitting and factioning off, only to work under the banner of Hamas. Oh yeah, it is a designated terrorist organization for the record. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine is a designated terrorist organization for those who don't know. But I mean, I don't give a shit. So was the fucking PLO. So suck my dick. Yeah, they're fantastic. I mean, but I'm not one of those guys. I'm not one of those like vulgar Euro communists that thinks like, oh, I will only support the PFLP because they're not Islamist like Hamas. Yeah, like I don't give a shit, right? Like I'm not one of those guys at all. I just, I think it's cool. It's cool, and it shows the wonderful ideological diversity of the beautiful Palestinian population. It's great. Whatever. Amir Israel, the greatest terrorist threat to the entire planet, considers them to be terrorists, but that, from my assessment, doesn't really mean much, if you know what I mean. That's like, okay. Yeah, sure. Wait, they got the Ghost of Kuwait? They got the Ghost of Kuwait? Bro, no way, brother. No way. It was actually the Ghost of Kuwait. That's crazy. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. What is this? Twitch's newest ambassador, ex-porn star. What the fuck? Dude, are you the one talking about someone's sexual record? Get that rapist ass. Call Shibuya. Chat's not on screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you feel unrepresented? Are you mad that you're not on the screen at all times? That's crazy. I'm so sorry. Okay. Sometimes it's going to happen to you. Okay. I think you'll get over it. Here, you can build a bridge and get the frick over it. In any case, there's a lot to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. There's not a lot to talk about in my life because I'm, like I said, a whole ass loser. Very boring. I'm going to Chicago tomorrow to deliver a speech at Northwestern University. And on Sunday, I will be hanging out with the mayor of Chicago and the Jam Podcast boys as well. But outside of that, I'm working on a lot of very interesting, dynamic, foreign policy related conversations that might take place on this broadcast. So, skip that. Hang out with me. We can kick it. All right. I'll tell the mayor peace. Call Brando. I'll be like, yo, Brando, sorry. I got to hang out with my one chatter. Yeah. Do not call it Chirac. I mean, I call it as a joke. Like, I don't. Did you see the president of Finland saying the world needs to be more like India while speaking straight to Modi? I just learned a lot about Modi and his past and his current horrors in India. Yes. I didn't hear about that, but I did actually read something from Malcolm X about India versus China. And I think I had never heard this before, but yeah, there's a Jewish Insider hit piece on Zoran. We'll obviously talk about that too. This fucking bullshit. But you know, Kirsty Noam replaced. Dems mad at Gav for talking to a leftist instead of Nazis for once. MAGA loves this war now because they're cattle. Left flank rising. Okay, buddy, later. Jewish Insider keeps crying about Zoran. Modi is a Nazi. Yes, Modi is a Nazi. Hezbollah smoked Smotrich's son. Yeah, Bezalel Smotrich's, I assume, fascist son, because he is a fascist, got smoked from one of the operations that he was participating in, but we don't know the full details thus far. So I just don't believe I don't believe necessarily Bezalel Smotrich at all. Like, I feel like he could just like greatly overemphasize the involvement, make it seem like to garner sympathy. He's like that kind of guy. So who knows? But we'll take a look at what's going on there. Okay. Okay. Bad damage at U.S. Base in UAE. I know we're going to monitor the situation. Do not worry. Fear not. Fear not. We are going to monitor the situation. Hassan, do you wear wigs? Yeah, I have a wig on my head right now, which suspiciously looks like a perfectly aged hairline, like age appropriate. You know, like a little bit recession. You know, a little bit of recession. Dow under 49,000 type shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's not 50, but it's like 49, but it's not like 47. Because if it was 47, it's like it's bedlam. Everybody automatically remembers that we're a nation led by pedophiles, right? But yeah, this is... Ven, will you wear wigs? What? Why are you guys saying that? Where's that coming from? What does that mean? Is that like a thing? Anyway, do you wear contacts? I don't know what this is. I have no idea what this is. Anyway, give me a blast off meme. Thank you. That's great. He doesn't know what they're memeing. Guys, I'm 34 years old, and I think many of you are as well, and that's why you're giving me like a super old ass fucking meme with someone saying Elijah Wood, probably from 20 years ago. It's unbearable how unk style you guys are. I'm actually a fucking cool zoomer. I'm a unk that's tapped in as a 34-year-old unk that's not chopped and not tapped in. I don't know your old ass memes, so very sad, very chopped. All of you are chopped. You're chopped. You're unk. You're busted. You're washed. Yeah, listen to my fucking cool ass soundboard and recognize that I don't do stuff like that because I'm not unk. I'm an unk that's tapped in. I'm 30 and tapped in. All right. Anyway, your cortisol is spiking, unk. Never. All right. Blasting off. First and foremost, one of the things I would like to talk about today. You're pushing 40 wearing big baggy pants. Yeah, and your mom loves it. Unke tapped into shit. I tapped your mom. Don't come at me today. I'm in a good mood. Yeah, so one of the things I wanted to start off with, one of the things I wanted to start talking about is like all the chirpers. There is this like contingency that doesn't exist in the real world at all and like does not reflect the polling data at all and is increasingly getting less space even in mainstream media that I attribute to like the Never Trump Republicans. Like Never Trump Republicans in Trump 1 were always getting represented by mainstream news, but they weren't like a real robust constituency. But if you watch like MSNBC or if you read the New York Times, you would think that like there are, you know, dozens when there's like 4, right? This version, this iteration of the Democratic Party has also created a completely marginal, completely irrelevant group of people. I would say like the bulwark people are not even fitting that bill of rhinos any longer. Like I think Tim Miller is better representative of like the anger and animosity that the average Democrat feels than the people I'm talking about. The people I'm talking about are even a smaller group of people. They are the pro-genocide Democrats. Okay? Like, if there is a group of people that are still holding on to this idea that like Israel is not committing a genocide, Israel is a good country, it's a liberal country, I'm a liberal, and what you're doing is ridiculous. And by the way, make no mistake, you know, I am sorry to say this, these guys often are not of the Christian variety. Okay, I will say that. Because, like, there are a lot of anti-Semitic, pro-Zionist, ultra-Zionist Christians out there. What I'm talking about oftentimes are liberal Zionist Jews that have not shed they still want to vote for the Democrats because they can't get themselves to vote directly for Satan, right? But at the same time, they also hate people like myself. Like, they cannot deal with it. Like, they cannot deal with it at all. Okay? It's very funny. It's very funny. And I've been seeing quite a bit of their I've been seeing a lot of their chirping on the timeline. Many of them are freaking out about this Gavin Newsom situation. As you guys know, yesterday, amidst the broadcast, I found out that Gavin Newsom, as a matter of fact, was interested in potentially coming on the stream. I'm going to start there and we'll move on. By the way, this is the blast off meme. Please repost it, blast it off into orbit, blast it off into the smithereens, you know. This is real, by the way. This is actually real. Did Connery's pants hook you up? No, he didn't. Even though Gavin seemingly loves Connery's pants. Like, that's not even a joke. Gavin has a very soft spot for Connor. Oh my God, this is on Forbes? Oh my God. Oh my God, this made it into like actual breaking news. What the heliante? Oh! Gav, this is a real, like, enemies to lovers situation between me and Gav. We're gonna fuck. Bruh. Actually, like, we're just, you know, we're gonna tear the house down, dude. It's crazy. That's the Reddit atheist contingency you're describing. Yeah, so anyway, yesterday, Gav, that's what I call him now because we're besties and I like everything he's ever done and I will never criticize anything he'll ever say. Sexy ass Gavin, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom of California Oblast is doing a interview in New Hampshire with Jack Cocherella. He's great. He's a great content creator. He's like one of these like left adjacent, more progressive. He's not, I don't think he's like a communist by any means, but like he is pretty chill. Like as far as everything I've seen, he's not like one of those guys that's like, I love Israel. He's not, right? And he gets yelled at a lot as well because Gavin Newsom went on his show and did this whole thing with him in New Hampshire, and Jewish Insider was like losing their minds over it. They were like, how dare you, Gavin Newsom? You went on the show of a guy who has said fuck Israel. Now, Jack is also part of Midas Media Group, which, you know, I'm fond of. So anyway, let's watch what Gav had to say about potentially coming on. I had texted him. Shout out to everyone involved in this. I've had it, ladies. Ms. Welch specifically connected me with Jack, and Jack was like, I'll ask him. So what on stage, he just straight up says it.
And like I said, I want to do a little bit more future given where we are and kind of a lot of what's been going on. But I wanted to get back into what you had to say about kind of, not in the spirit of that question, but, you know, reading the room when it comes to or understanding what makes, and we've had conversations about a guy like Steve Bannon, right? And Steve Bannon kind of helped build Donald Trump, his facade. Again, these things are lies. But what in this moment, when you see so much of the right turning on itself, do you think, and it is, Trump was going after Tucker Carlson, he's going after Megyn Kelly. What do you think when you sit down and have a conversation with someone like Ben Shapiro? Like, what was your takeaway from that in terms of what do we need to be talking about? What do we need to be saying? Certainly not on the policy, but on the framing and in the reaching people and the organizing. I kind of want to get back to that. Like, as you look into the future, what has been your takeaway of a conversation with Steve Bannon, a conversation with Charlie Kirk, a conversation with Ben Shapiro?
Guys, you can't get mad at him for having a long and convoluted question when I'm your favorite content creator. Okay? This is literally the Hasanabi method. Okay? Yes, he went all around the world to basically ask the fucking question, what's going on in your head when you talk to Ben Shapiro? Why do you do that? Okay? I do the same exact thing. It's fucking annoying. It sucks. I know it's not the best to watch from afar, but don't yell at him over this. This is, he's green, just like I am. I'm not a very good interviewer, okay? It's a horrible trait that I have where I want to get in everything I possibly can before asking that question. And I think part of that comes from over-explaining everything because I have so many fucking clippers. There's so many goddamn clippers. That's what it is. So it just like has broken my brain. I need to like over-explain everything. Anyway, let's continue.
And the guy who tried to recall me, Newt Gingrich. Frank Luntz, I'm talking about framing and messaging. Those are not the only guests I have on this show, quite the contrary.
Never asked me on the show, Gav. I mean, it's fine though. It's fine though because we're good now. We're besties now. We're kissing.
By the way, I say this to folks all the time. No one has to tune in. I'm just trying to, I sincerely am trying to understand motivation. I'm trying to understand what we're actually up against. I've always believed, and a big part of this book, I'm a small business guy, started right out of college, pen to paper, a part-time employee, Pat Kelly, and I grew the business, about 21 small businesses, about 1,000 employees. I say that.
What is this? You over-explain everything no matter what the subject, even when it's like technical stuff like cameras and the other person has no idea what you're talking about? Really? Do I do that?
To not impress any of you, but to impress upon you this notion, my passion for entrepreneurship.
Do you think he was serious? He sounded very unserious about coming on. We shall see. Oh my God. Oh my God. Iran hit an American Patriot missile site in the UAE. No injuries reported. Photos provided by a source. That's really funny. Ryan, photos provided by a source. Thanks, Ryan. I call that a blammo. That's not good. The question I have is, are we winning? Is that what's going? Because everyone keeps telling me on the American side, the Amerifats keep telling me, oh, it's great. Things are going great. But then I see stuff like this and I'm like, blammo. Doesn't seem like things are going as great as the Amerifats are representing it. So I don't, there's a little bit awkwardness. Yeah. I mean, the only people that are winning in this process are obviously the fucking defense contractors. Let's be real. They are the ones who are looking at this and going, that's economic activity, baby. That's units. That's inventory that just got burned. Okay? That's inventory that just got burned. We got to replenish those stocks, baby. So, anyway, let's get back to Big Gav for now, and then we'll talk about monitoring the situation in a second. I'm just going to hurry this up and skip to the part where he came out and said that he was willing to talk to your boy. Right? So Jack is having a conversation about talking to people in a broader coalition in the Democratic Party. And he basically asked him this question dead on.
TwitchCon. I'm meeting with gamers and streamers. I'm doing Fortnite Fridays.
Would you go on Hassan?
He loves Connor, by the way. Is kind of crazy. He loves Connor. He goes Fortnite Fridays. Ha!
Would you go on Hassan's show, Twitch? Speaking of which, Hassan Pike, you might.
Yeah, which I've said in the past. And the point is, I'm just.
So Jack before he sends me this clip, he just says like, "Oh, I asked him," right? And that's it. That's the whole thing. And The problem here is when Jack asked him, I thought he asked him in private after they were done. I didn't realize he put him on the spot on the stage. And I certainly didn't realize that his response was, yeah. So he got a little bit baited, but now the media is picking it up and the media is talking about it as well, which is fine. I mean, this is like I don't know why he is running away from having a conversation with someone like myself. Like, you have to talk to your left flank, bro. That's crazy. Like, that's crazy. Okay. It's wild. Like, I am the largest leftist content creator in North America, man. What are we doing? Like, like we can't, as the Democratic Party, we can't be like, what happened to Kamala Harris? Oh, she didn't go on the Joe Rogan of the left, or she didn't go on Joe Rogan. Do we need a Joe Rogan of the left? Or who's the Joe Rogan of the left for like a year plus? And then he's like, yeah, like that's his answer. Like it's crazy. You have to play a game with him and he'll come. Sure. That's Adam Friedland. You got your chain snatch, little bro. I think Adam Friedland and I occupy very different lanes. Okay. Like, Adam is great. Obviously, he's doing a fantastic job. But it's, you know, we have very different roles to play. Everyone has a role to play. You all have a role to play. Adam and I are playing a very different ball game, which is precisely the reason why he has no issues going on Adam Friedland and still seemingly can't get himself to talk to someone like myself. But I think like, but yeah, we'll see where this goes. I think he will get a lot of press off of this though. Like, this will be a major press event. That's the thing. Like, he will get good press off of this. And if he preps well enough, he can either destroy me, you know, left flank destroyed style, or we can have a lot of areas of agreement and some significant disagreements. But like, ultimately, I think what matters is like having a conversation. Like, you got to have that conversation, right? But in any case, from this point onward, a lot of the liberals saw this, right, and they lost their dang minds, right? They lost their dang minds, and they've been losing their dang minds, and they haven't stopped losing their dang minds. I wonder when they will stop losing their dang minds. And what I mean by this is, you know, a lot of the like the national liberal member of MKE. I mean, this guy's a Republican, but like liberals on the centrist side and Republicans have been losing their fucking minds on this. Why is Gavin Newsom going on a live stream of an individual who vocally supports the Ayatollah and said the United States deserved 9/11? This is the equivalent of a Republican going on the Nick Fuentes show. Liberals are perfectly fine when Gavin Newsom platforms open fascists, but interviewing Hassan Piker is a step too far. Now, what's hilarious about this is like, they don't have an issue with, like, you know, Jeffrey Epstein's affiliate Steve Bannon talking to Gavin Newsom, but even the right-wingers are fucking terrified of Gavin Newsom and myself having a conversation. And the right-wingers who are literally GOP operatives like this fucking dipshit are doing a handshake with a lot of the centrist liberals who are also very offended at this prospect. And it's really interesting. Now, some might say this is Hassan derangement syndrome, and for some it really is, right? For some, it truly is. But for guys like A.G. Hamilton, again, another like centrist, center-right, right-wing figure, they're primarily focused on one thing and one thing only, and that's Israel, right? Because I need you guys to understand, there are people like Jose and all these other guys who are like Democratic Party champions, and they'll like ride for whoever. They hate me personally. They have Hassan derangement syndrome. But for many others on the right, the reason why they're very much against this is because they think Gavin Newsom is platforming me if he comes on my stream, right? And offering me legitimacy, not realizing that I've had people that have a higher significance in American politics than Gavin Newsom on with regular frequency, including last week, right? Like including a couple of weeks ago with Bernie Sanders. So these guys don't realize that it's not actually Gavin Newsom platforming me. It's the fucking other way around, right? So that's number one. Number two, they just cannot stand that, like, Israel has fallen off the map in terms of its approvals, right? They can't stand it. And instead of trying to understand why that's happening, and this is part of the reason why a lot of people don't fuck with Israel, it's just like the sheer arrogance, the endless amounts of the endless demands that people make. The endless demands that people make, the Israeli government makes from the American taxpayer, and the consistent, arrogant, entitled ways in which they say you have to shut the fuck up about this, and the permanent victimhood complex. It's frustrating for a lot of everyday Americans who probably would have turned a blind eye to the atrocities, right? If it wasn't for the fact that there's so much domestic interference that starts pissing people off. You cannot say you're going to give me, billions of dollars, and then you're going to shut the fuck up about it, and I'm going to demand that the American government silence you over and over again, and then not expect Americans to go, yeah, actually, I don't like that at all. And what's interesting is A.G. Hamilton also says this is the equivalent of a Republican candidate doing a stream with Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. Democrats can't lecture the right about their issues where they have zero standards for their own side. This kind of stuff is so silly because Gavin Newsom has literally spoken to Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, and Steve fucking Bannon. But of course, those guys are establishment and pro-Israel enough not to be a real problem for the likes of this dipshit, right? And he's also very much anti-Zoran as well. AG is very anti-Zoran as well. So the people that I'm showing you, the people that I'm showing you basically are those who actually work directly in the Israeli orbit, like directly work in the Hasbara machine. Those are the guys who are doing the classic, this hurts your cause, except these are the guys who are not on board with the cause, who despise the cause, right? So these are right-wingers. But then there are some who are actually liberals. And I'm going to show you the liberal version of this as well, which is ironically identical, right, to the right-wingers. This is a Hassan derangement syndrome guy. Crazy that Gavin Newsom would cave to Hassan Piker. Yeah, the same guy who said he'd vote third party if Gavin was the nominee. What are we doing here? Well, that's precisely the reason why Gavin Newsom should come on the stream, don't you think? To convince someone like myself and my audience to actually vote for him, to try to identify what the rooms of disagreement are, what the areas of disagreement are, what the areas of improvement are. Maybe he convinces me that he has a much better alternative, a much better vision, right? And it's so strange because these are also the same guys that constantly say you got to moderate and pivot to the fucking middle to win voters that will never vote for the Democratic Party, the Republicans, the independent centrists that are really looking for a diet version of the same fascism that Republicans offer. And it's very interesting to see that from Democrats, right? Because the Republicans are always going to go like, these guys are anti-Semitic. These guys are anti-Semitic. Fuck them, fuck them, fuck them, fuck them. Why are you talking to these anti-Semites? You're a fucking asshole, whatever. Jose has retweeted every Hassan hate post in the last 24 hours. Yeah, he's mentally ill. He's a mentally ill person. You have to understand. Like, he truly, right? Squirrel was right about you, Lamau. Yes. Speaking of mentally ill people, I love when people also do this thing as well. Like, every part of the political spectrum in the United States of America, perhaps in the entire planet, is mad at this, right? You have those who are to my left or who believe that they're to my left, thinking that I'm like betraying the anti-Zionist cause. Those who are to my right think that I am a spoiler for the Democratic Party and I want to destroy it and no one should talk to me. Why do people listen to what I have to say? Those to the far right say I'm a terrorist that wants to destroy America, that want to do a 9/11 every other week. Everyone's got a piece, right? I do think that the reason for why people get so fucking mad is because I am not only considered a radical, understandably, by many who participate in like the neat little confine of American politics, because I am further to the left than that, totally outside of the confines of what is permissible speech in neoliberalism. But also at the same time, I'm a very pragmatic person and have a very seen accounts calling you Hasanabi, not even joking. Yeah, it's awesome. I don't care. I don't think you will be able to convince a single normal person that I am in any way, shape, or form a supporter of the state of Israel. So that's not going to happen, right? Those guys can fucking chirp into the wind. I'm not going to make a big show of like how normal I am in comparison to those fucking people, right? Because I think that's still unnecessary left bashing, and it's their position is like utterly irrelevant anyway, right? It's like when I call Zoran Masadani as a joke. I am to your left and I don't give a shit. Normal people don't care who you interview, only if you start grifting and changing your views. Yeah. Saying like when someone says I'm a Zionist or I'm doing the bidding of Zionists or whatever, that's when you know, like, okay, you're talking to like a deeply mentally ill person. Because as far as like having mainstream potential, I don't think anyone has, with the exception of like Norm Finkelstein, obviously, who is an academic and occupies a very different lane than I do. There aren't that many people that go to mainstream news with regular frequency who have also openly explained the emancipatory needs of the Palestinian people and why the Palestinian resistance exists. And not even just the Palestinian resistance, but Hezbollah as well, Ansar Allah as well, and how these like militancies form and how the American understanding of how these guys are barbaric terrorists is just like utterly incorrect. You literally don't have that. That's not a thing that people do with regular frequency while also enjoying being, enjoying like a broader approval from mainstream outlets. But of course, it's funny to be in this very unique space where I piss off everyone that is pro-Israel, from liberal Zionists to obviously ultra Zionists, and then I piss off people who are anti-Zionist sometimes, but like very marginally, because they're offended because they think I'm like secretly doing the bidding of Israel. It's fine. You know what's driving me crazy is I can protest to fight back because I know there's not freedom of speech in Jordan, and the regime in Jordan will freak out. Yeah, I know. You're as good as it gets. My family doesn't like you, but I still watch you. Don't worry. Thank you, Nico Thomas. In any case, I think it's also silly to constantly talk about how I piss all these people off. Who gives a fuck, right? Anyway, Piker Broadcasting Service rides for all people all around the world, all of the dispossessed masses. We will always ride for them. It is the most just need. The emancipatory need is the most human need, okay? And we will always ride for people who are victims to colonial occupation, to imperialism. We will always ride for those who demand that freedom, okay? We will always ride for justice. So it's pretty funny, though, because this story is not just about me. It's about Zoran Masadani as well, AOCIA, and also now gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, who I haven't been able to figure out a funny name for, because Gavin Newsom also had a little oopsie moment where he said something along the lines of, the academic and human rights consensus that Israel is an apartheid state, which is just the truth, by the way. Israel is an apartheid state. It's been an apartheid state for 80 years. It started off with the Nakba, which is, of course, Arabic for catastrophe. It was an ethnic displacement of 750,000 Palestinians, indigenous Palestinians that were pushed away from their lands, never to be able to return to their lands by what then became the nation state of Israel, okay, the Zionist entity. And it has never really stopped displacing, dispossessing, and destroying the lives of Palestinians. That is just the reality. And a recognition of that reality is not anti-Semitism, as a matter of fact. It's the fucking bare minimum, really. And Gavin Newsom did that bare minimum, and everyone got very mad at Gavin Newsom for that recognition of the bare minimum when he did this Pod John's conversation. Now, since then, everyone's been yelling at him. Since then, everyone's been yelling at Gavin. Everyone's been yelling at Zoran. Everyone, like Jewish Insider and all these other Hosberus rags, have been losing their fucking minds. But the reason why they're yelling at anyone and everyone that speaks out against Israel or speaks to the truth of what Israel has done is getting yelled at because they can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Okay? They can't. They can't. It's over. As I say every single day, and I've said this over and over and over again, and I will repeat it every goddamn day of my life, today is the most popular day for Israel in the Western world, in the entire world. Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular. Okay? Yesterday, Israel was more popular than it is today. And these institutions that were designed, that have been around for almost a fucking century, not a century, obviously, but like for 80 plus years at this point, right? All of these institutions that are tasked with defending Israel and doing advocacy for Israel, doing Hasbara, from liberal versions of the same institutes to very far right versions, they're all losing their fucking minds. They're trying to hold on to this grip of influence that they've long enjoyed. But it's gone. It's over. And so they're just wildly slinging at anyone and everyone they can. Here is ADL Washington, after a Jewish Insider article came out of Senator Chris Van Hollen, who took aim at AIPAC during an address at the opening plenary of J Street's convention in Washington, accused it of being un-American. Another one of my ops, Gabby Deutsch, senior national correspondent at Jewish Insider, reports. Now, what's really funny about what Chris Van Hollen said here is that this doesn't even meet my fucking standard. Like, I really like Chris Van Hollen. I think J Street is still a liberal Zionist institution. I believe Zionism is a fascist ideology. We must rid ourselves of fascist ideology, whether we are, God-fearing liberals or card-carrying communists and Marxist-Leninists alike. We must always oppose fascism, and liberal, watered-down versions of a fascist ideology, of a racist ideology, is still unacceptable, and hopefully one day we'll get there, obviously. Chris Van Hollen goes to J Street, which, again, I don't find to be as offensive because I think J Street is a farm operation for young anti-Zionist Jews. They come in, they're like, oh, I'm a liberal Zionist. I want a more tolerant version of Israel. And then they recognize the contradictions and decide whether or not they want to lean into the Benny Morris side of things, where they just become totally aware of all of the violence and say it's a necessary violence, or they become anti-Zionist. Like Noah Colwyn, good friend of mine, friend of the show, host of the Blowback podcast, is a version of this, right? He was a J Street guy when he was at Berkeley, and he talked about BDS being anti-Semitic, and now, as you guys know, he is an anti-Zionist warrior. So, you're being charitable more than you've been in years with libs right now. Is it because of a possible Newsom convo? Wait, what? You've shit-talked Newsom so much. Why are you changing tones so strongly? I don't think you understand. This has nothing to do with Newsom. We've moved past that point. We're fucking talking about Israel's propaganda war and how it's losing it. So Chris Van Hollen comes out at J Street and says, I put forward months and months ago a proposal that said, with respect to any country that receives U.S. military assistance has to agree that, number one, comply by American law and by international law. You know who came out against that? AIPAC came out against that, Van Hollen said. I will tell you that AIPAC may call itself pro-American. They may call themselves pro-Israel, but they are neither. And of course, the crowd celebrated that because, like I said, JPAC, liberal Zionists, they were like, yeah, fuck AIPAC. AIPAC is the right-wing version of J Street. J Street is the liberal Zionist version, right? So in any case, I don't even fully agree with Chris Van Hollen here. I think this is too tempered. This is too soft of an approach, but it is what it is. I think it's still like far better than the average congressperson. He's done quite a bit, so I'm not going to aggressively attack him for this because I'm not fucking insane in the way that many others are who will say this is the reason why you're a fucking Zionist, Hassan, because anything that moves the needle in the appropriate direction, I will take. Because that opens up the door for more honest conversations about what's going on, right? That's just how it works. It's like pulling the Overton window back to normalcy and truth and justice for Palestinians. I'm going to do that. So the very fact that Jewish Insider wrote this hit piece on Chris Van Hollen after Chris Van Hollen took this very normal, very popular approach, a liberal Zionist approach, right, is showcasing how off their rockers Jewish Insider and Zionist Hasbro's newspapers are, right? It's clear that for the remaining, 8 people that read these newspapers sincerely, their job is to make them more fucking hysterical, make them basically give them adult onset schizophrenia, that there is this anti-Semitic boogeyman in every corner. Like Chris Van Hollen is an anti-Semite. Gavin Newsom is an anti-Semite. I can understand why they would consistently say, I'm a fucking anti-Semite, because they're like, oh, well, Hassan has said, there is a emancipatory need for Palestinians. And part of that is militant resistance to 80 years of apartheid and occupation. It's not true, but I can understand why they would try to put the crosshairs on someone like myself. But when they do this kind of thing, to people who are literally still saying I love Israel, Israel's my favorite country, I just want it to do a little bit better, they look ridiculous. They look utterly fucking ridiculous. And they're flailing. And they're coming after people who are objectively more popular than they are. They look like Deborah Messing. They look like Rabbi Shmuley. They look like Michael fucking Rappaport. It's the same thing that I've mentioned before. When you come after Miss Rachel and you say, Miss Rachel said no children should die, that's deeply anti-Semitic. Why are you criticizing Israel? And everyone goes, what the fuck? She just said children shouldn't have to die. Why are you telling on yourself? When did this become an association with Jews? What the fuck's wrong with you? A lot of people respond that way. They go, what are you saying? What are you saying right now? Are you saying that baby murder has something to do with Judaism? What are you, fucking stupid? Why would you come out and own that? Why would you come out and conflate, as a Jewish Zionist, why would you conflate the murdering of children with Judaism? It's the most insane thing. You look hysterical, you look crazy, and you're honestly fomenting anti-Semitism with this insane conflation. So it's that same predicament for a lot of these guys. And, you want your enemies, you want your ideological enemies to fail. And although the job is very difficult, the job of defending Israel, it's a very difficult job. These guys sure as shit are not doing a good job regardless. Jewish Insider also is very funny because they are some of the most paywalled articles of all time. So it's almost impossible to read them. But yeah, in an ongoing congressional race in New York City, Representative Dan Goldman, who's going after Brad Lander, right? Brad Lander is taking Dan Goldman's seat and he's gonna take it. Okay, Brad Lander also liberal Zionist, right? I have my criticisms for Brad Lander as well. But he's going after someone who is an ultra-Zionist, Dan Goldman, right? Dan Goldman is very racist towards Palestinians, and it turns out might be racist towards black and brown people as well, judging by the conversations that he might have had with his wife, who is also a public figure. Now, while that scandal is ongoing in New York politics, of course, Jewish Insider comes out with an attack ad with a hit piece on Zohran Mamdani. Josh Krauscher reports, scoop, Jewish Insider via Will Brederman. Will Brederman, by the way, is actually a good journalist. And the reason why, being a good journalist doesn't mean you're going to be an honest one. Being a good journalist doesn't mean that you're going to, he's skillful, okay? He is skillful in pushing the right kind of buttons, which is why he's dangerous. He's more dangerous, in my opinion, than Gabby Deutsch and all those other guys. It's actually very frustrating to see someone who actually does have talent in, what's it called, muckraking, to engage in these kinds of horrible attacks, cynical attacks. He is a fucking weasel, which is good to, you know, it's a good quality to have in a journalist. Like he is, if he was this devious and was doing this to, you know, a Zionist, you would love it. Okay. But he's getting paid probably a nice little salary over at Jewish Insider. And you know, I hate to see talent go to waste like this. Anyway. So what is this? So what are you, a pro-gaffer for president, Democratic shill now? Says Freddie Engels. I think every time I read stuff like this, it takes a little bit off the top of my lifespan. And it also makes me understand why so many fucking like self-described liberals think that we are all like this. Okay? Like this is what I used to warn people at the peak of like, you know, woke 1.0, when I used to tell people in my audience all the time, like, you got to dial it back. You can't literally look at the cartoonish depiction of what the left is supposed to be, this SJW that's hysterical, and then lean into that and be like, no, actually, I am that cartoonish depiction. You're doing that right now. You are looking at the way that your enemy defines you and saying, actually, my enemies are right. I am fucking stupid. Please stop. Please. We got to do away with this kind of mentality. In any case, as I was saying, First Lady Rama Dawaji showed support for far-left orgs applauding the Hamas rampage. That's the article. Okay, that's the hit piece that came out against Zohran Kwame Mamdani. But I have to pee first, so I'm going to get back to Gavin Newsom, clarifying his comments after he got attacked by the same Zionist Hasbrook newspapers.
Right.
Okay.
I want to do a little forward looking at the same time as we do a little looking back, because I think so much of the book is kind of intermixed in the conversations that you've been having about so much current news going on. One of which you gave an answer talking with good guys at Pod Save America when you likened the Israeli government to an apartheid state. And there was a lot of conversation online about that. I think some people said that, I saw some headlines that were saying essentially Newsom is kind of reading the direction of the room. He's, licking the finger, seeing where the wind is blowing, seeing the polls, seeing that. The genocide that is being carried out by the Israeli government is incredibly unpopular with every single American broadly. And they're saying you're just reading that and you don't actually believe what you said there. Or it's kind of like a shape-shifting move by you. But it made me think back to 2004 when you risked your own political career talking about and moving forward with marrying gay and lesbian couples in San Francisco, and how
Black and white movie days.
But how party leaders didn't want to talk to you because of it. You kind of got, you'll read it in the book, a little skirt. President Obama didn't necessarily want to talk to you.
He became a rock star and champion on it.
But you also mentioned that Senator Dianne Feinstein, who was one of your political mentors, how after the 2004 election kind of blamed you and said that you restarted this conversation, and it kind of history echoes a little bit. In the same way, 2004 DNC, you're a rising star, weren't invited. 2024 DNC, we let every group talk except for Palestinian Americans. And then that's the group of people that we blame, saying that it's their fault and not reckoning, realizing, talking.
Obama didn't want to talk to him because he had Kirk on? That's funny.
About reaching out to people who are seeing their entire families lost in what every expert has called a genocide. And now they're saying Newsom's just reading the room. So what was your reaction to seeing that, of Newsom's just reading the room?
Well, I didn't, thank God I don't read comments. I would literally be.
He's like, I can't read. I'm just like you. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that because Gavin, that's my boy. That's my freaking boy right there. Is Jewish Insider a real publication? Is it more like New York Post or National Enquirer? It's actually worse. Jewish Insider is like the farming operation for New York Post and all these other outlets that will get the ADL talking points. Jewish Insider's job is basically to take like whatever ADL's like attack lines are. ADL's a think tank that's like the pro-Israel think tank. It's no longer a fucking civil rights organization. Let's be real. That's not the case. I'm not going to even dignify that. It's basically like an oppositional think tank for prominent anti-Zionists at this point. and it used to masquerade as like a civil rights organization. It's not. And then Jewish Insider takes the talking points and turns it into a news article. And then the talking points are distributed across the board to New York Post, to National Enquirer, to California Post now, and numerous other properties like Fox News Digital and stuff. Sometimes they can actually hit though, and if they do, it crosses over to like serious news outlets. But their job is to be more than a blog for the ADL, right? Their job is to bridge the gap between New York Post and all these other like insincere right-wing dish rags that are doing real journalism, but it's not real journalism at all, as you know. And their job is to just like pump it out there to be a bridge between the ADL talking points and the New York Post and Fox News' digital team or the Free Press. And then the goal there obviously is to mass disseminate this kind of hit piece and to get like a New York Times reporter to like bite on it so that someone asks Zohran Mamdani, like, what do you have to say about your wife liking these posts or whatever, right? Like that's the goal. Oh, Gavin Newsom, what do you have to say about like, all these other organizations, all these other newspapers are, calling you out for saying it's an apartheid.
In some locked room right now, if I did. But if you read the book, you'll also understand my connection to history. I grew up, many members of my family.
The consensus among Marxist-Leninists that you're an opportunist, especially after you butchered Lenin on stream. Oh no. Oh no. What will I do? My Marxist-Leninist reading group no longer offers critical support. Not the Marxist-Leninist reading group. I lost the Marxist-Leninist reading group. They don't offer critical support any longer? What will I do? I got kicked out of the Vanguard. What will I do? Hassan Piker, the butcher of Lenin. Yeah. Certainly, I've never been called a revisionist before. Listen. All I will say, as long as you don't call me an anarchist or a trot, I'm fine. Go ahead.
Are Jewish?
You didn't answer my question. Are you pro Gav now? Oh my God. Brother, I did answer your question. You're just too stupid to understand it.
My aunt, Cindy.
I'm not gonna lie. When I do see stuff like that in the group chat here, I do understand why a lot of liberals think we're like fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I get why they think we're insincere and kind of dumb and will be relegated to the dustbin of history for another 1,000 fucking years, unfortunately, which is not the case, of course. And it won't happen. And I will never let that happen. But some of you, I'll just have to pull with me along for the journey. And hopefully there will come a day where you'll go, okay, I get it now. I understand it now. Or maybe you won't. You call for a socialist alternative and they're literally trots. What are you on about? No, the reason why I say that is because I know socialist alternative is a trot party, but Trotsky is an incredible writer. Okay, well, his earlier work especially. He has a lot of concepts that aren't necessarily bad in terms of like mass dissemination. There's a reason why a lot of the fucking pamphlets and a lot of the websites that you see that are like Marxist websites are almost entirely comprised of trots. Okay, the reality of the matter is, I mean, don't look at the lay stuff. The anti-communist garbanzo is reactionary. It's devastating. It's horrifying. I'm not getting into that, but like, there are a lot of things that there are a lot of marketing techniques that I think are appropriate to use when disseminating the gospel of socialism and saying we are demanding an alternative to liberalism. A socialist alternative is not necessarily a bad thing. I think it's just, I'm using language, right? I'm using the English language to make a point. You got to start calling more people stupid, Hassan, and tell them why. For too long, we've let these people roam thinking that they're smarter than they are. Why do you pose the Marxist-Leninists to the liberals and mainstream media if to your own chat you ridicule it? I'm not ridiculing Marxist-Leninism, you fucking idiot. I'm ridiculing people who say that like there is like my methods of talking about these sorts of things are wrong, and it's actually cutting away at the revolutionary potential because they're childish. They don't recognize where the masses are. My job is to unlock class consciousness. Okay, that's it. That's my fucking job. My job is to help organize. My job is to engage in mass awareness. You should ridicule MLs, though. They're fucking insane. No, they're not. Shut the fuck up. No, Marxist-Leninism is not Marxist-Leninism is a failed ideology. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you built communism in your fucking commune. What do you mean Marxist-Leninism is the most failed ideology? The only successful development of socialism by way of communist parties have come from Marxist-Leninist movements. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous statement. Anyway, do you think Trotsky would have fared better after Lenin as opposed to Stalin? I don't think so. No. Anyway, let's continue. What are we doing? What are we doing? This is repulsive to the normies. There are normies in here who want to monitor the situation, and we're having sectarian infighting. Shut the fuck up. There is no socialism in America. There is no communism in America. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut up. Shut up. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to have these sorts of fucking constant back and forth. Like, it's so stupid. Shut up. America is a fascist country right now, and all of these dumb fucks in the chat, while I'm trying to talk to liberals and trying to educate them on like, I try to give them the political education, the language to comprehend exactly what's going on, and you dumb fucks have to literally engage in a 100-year-old theory battle. This is what I mean. I wish the DSA would never reveal their internal communiques. This is what I mean when I say, like, we look unserious, okay? It's embarrassing. We look unserious. We have no like, understanding of how to market our ideology. It's frustrating. No, it's not fun. It's fun because you're fucking annoying. That's why it's fun for you, because you're an annoying person. I need you to understand. Like, constantly looking for areas of disagreement because you think this is going to develop the most pure version, the most successful version of Marxism is idiotic, okay? Lock in. We're here. I'm going to jiggle the keys in front of your eyes again. Once again, I'm going to talk about Israel. I'm going to talk about fucking American imperialism and American fascism, so you can just like lock the fuck in and shut the fuck up about like anarchism versus Trots versus Marxist-Leninism. Shut the fuck up. Okay. The two-party ironclad pro-Israel consensus will be dead in the United States in the next 10 to 20 years, or maybe sooner. The war in Iran will drive the young left and the young right away from Israel. The die has been cast. Ross Barkin writes in the New York Magazine. And that's true. That is literally what's going on, right? And the reason why the reason why these guys are like fucking posturing the way that they are, like Jewish Insider and all these other Hasbara operations, like the reason why they're posturing the way that they're posturing is because they kind of see the writing on the wall and they're very frustrated, and they're flailing around hysterically, trying to hold on to some semblance of influence. Like, oh, if we just like get 10 new people to believe this person is an anti-Semite when he's clearly not, well then, you know, we've gotten our job across. That's 10 people that won't listen to this guy sincerely. And ultimately, the reason why I'm covering all this is because I think we should treat these people as irrelevant. And by that, I don't mean everyone in this audience, because you guys already know that they're like fucking hysterical weirdos that are pro-Israel and pro-genocide. But I mean like Democrats broadly, who I think still look at, you know, these kinds of articles and go, wait a minute, I don't understand. Is this, oh, people are yelling at me. Maybe I should reconsider what I said. Maybe I should shut up about my opinions, right? Hassan Parker on streaming all day. His relationship with Zohar Mamdani and the lefty media machine. Oh, yeah.
So just...
We did an hour-long interview with Semaphore, But this is like for the media heads, you know what I mean? This was like straight up like, media diet, consumption, where American culture is going. If we have some time, maybe we'll go to it in a little bit. But like, I love doing podcasts like this, specifically because like all of the industry professionals tune into this stuff. And that's like, that's where they get their nose from. Like this drives discourse. It's good. It's a good thing. One example, Zohran Mamdani, who Piker supported vociferously during his successful bid for New York City mayor last year. During the campaign, Mamdani's opponents emphasized that he and Hassan Piker had in common and played up Piker's partisan commentary. They decided to be like, Hassan is this dangerous radical and you're associating with him. Why won't you denounce him? Piker recalled, I don't even want there to be a conversation around stuff like that. I should never be the conversation. Piker also chatted with us about how he manages to stream so much and why there isn't never a better time to be a bigot on the internet. You can listen to the full interview on Mixed Signal, Semaphore, Media, wherever you get your podcast, and watch it on YouTube. So this is like very media focused. This is a very media focused conversation. There's also another really good article that came out as well on The Observer, which had a banger quote that I like a perfect way to describe what goes on in the chaotic scenes of my stream. From a journalist who I forgot I had actually interviewed a long time ago, who finally came out with this article. And I want to give you that choice quote before we move on to other stuff, before we move on to monitoring the situation. Where is it? Hold up. Let me see if I can find it. Does anyone have the it was on my, here's the Observer Co. UK article. Hassan Piker. The left should be better at manufacturing outrage. The Joe Rogan for Progressives talks politics to his 3 million online followers for 7 hours a day. He explains why. So the interview's great. The photos are great. All this stuff, right? But the funniest, the one I liked the most was, where is it? Not all flack is coming from the right. Some on the left hate the fact that he's made a fortune from streaming about social inequality. He owns a $2.7 million house in West Hollywood, whatever, all this stuff. Then there's the edginess factor. Wait, was that? No, that's not the, where the fuck is it? Where he was talking about, I read the article earlier. There was a point where he's like listening in to what my stream looks like, or what my stream sounds like from the outsider. And I thought it was like at the end, maybe. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, here it is. Here it is. The last two paragraphs. Last weekend, as the U.S. and Israel started bombing Iran, I tuned into Piker's stream to hear his reaction. In contrast to his mood in Minnesota, he's very animated. Unsurprisingly, Piker is not a cheerleader for the strikes and has many derisive things to say about the United States and Israel's actions. He describes the unfolding conflict as World War E for Epstein. He says that even compared with previous attempts to justify attacking Middle Eastern countries, the Bush administration makes the Trump administration look like fucking savages. At least the former had a sophisticated propaganda apparatus that tried to package an illegal and unjust war. He mocks Israel for killing an 86-year-old man, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was in his fucking home tending his flower garden or whatever, and he feels that Israelis in cities being targeted by Iranian missiles are getting a taste of their own medicine. In response to a meme about enlisting Trump's youngest son to fight Iran, he yells, "Send Barron, strap him to a fucking JDAM, Joint Direct Attack Munition." At one point, while my attention is elsewhere, I hear him shouting, "Khrushchev was a fucking lion," referring to the Soviet leader. When a commenter asks Piker if he thinks any good will come as a byproduct of all this violence, he says, maybe one day, if the American empire falls as a consequence of spreading itself too thin all around the globe as it tries to maintain its dominance, it will be very painful for those both inside and outside the imperial core, he acknowledges, but eventually change will come. One can hope. And that's where the article ends. Reading your unhinged rants written out in a journalistic way is amazing. Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Oh, for that one chatter, Iran's supreme leader was not in his bunker when he was killed last week, and a senior Israeli official told Fox News. Even as the operation was unfolding in real time, dozens of planes were making their way to Iranian skies. His inner circle didn't grasp what was happening quickly enough to move him underground, the official added. In parallel, there was a deception campaign orchestrated by American and Israeli officials to trick Iran into thinking an attack wouldn't happen that morning. Yeah, that's called perfidy. Like, it's illegal. It's a war crime. They were literally amidst negotiations. And I love that Israel will like take something that is immoral, unjust, disgusting, grotesque, whatever you want to fucking call it, and turn it into incredible operations. Okay. Ooh, we tricked them. Yeah, you tricked them into thinking that you were not an animal, but a human being with a conscience. Okay. Wow, great trick. What an incredible trick you pulled off. It's called lying. It's called not having any interest in actually negotiating with a country that you want to destabilize and destroy, and then blowing the negotiators up. Incredible stuff. Thank you. The top commanders of the IDF even went to their homes for Shabbat dinner on Friday night, just hours before the strike, in an attempt to deceive Iranian leadership, the official said. Yeah, we did it. They're going to ban you for that one again, Unc? Wait, which one? What? Ban me for what? Saying that a war crime is a fucking war crime? That's so dumb. What? Animal? No, I didn't package it with like an ideology. Don't worry. It's only, it's not a TOS violation if I just call someone an animal, dumbass. I shouldn't say dumbass. I think you're just scared that I'll get banned. Also, if I do, I'll go to fucking YouTube. Anyway, where were we? Oh, I was talking about like Zoran getting attacked, and how ridiculous it is. But the reason is here. We'll read through this article real quick. We'll talk about the Zoran situation, and then we'll move on to monitoring the situation. Okay, because there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to monitor, and we're gonna get into it, right? But yeah, first, New York City's first lady, Zoran Mamdani's wife, apparently liked some Instagram posts, right? New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani spent the mayoral campaign distancing himself from the most radical anti-Israel elements of his leftist movement, but an examination of his wife's social media activity reveals she liked multiple Instagram posts cheering on Hamas October 7th, 2023. The Instagram post shows stills of attackers riding on a captured IDF vehicle. Now, if they wrote this article before the election cycle, if they wrote this article in like December of 2023, this would destroy Zoran Mamdani's political career, right? It would be a very difficult thing for him to overcome. Writing this article after the genocide unfolded in 2026 means nothing. It's utterly meaningless, and the reason for why it's utterly meaningless is because on October 6th, 2023, and on October 7th, 2023, the overwhelming majority of Americans were oblivious to the ways in which Israel maintained its apartheid. Okay? That's the difference. 2.5 years after genocide has unfolded, people now understand why October 7 happened. This was what I was trying to communicate to people on October 10th, on October 8th, on October 9th. I was trying to explain to people that 75 years of military occupation, death, destruction, and displacement was inevitably going to yield a violent response. Okay? People like Zoran's wife clearly understood. They were right too early. And you can get mad at them, or a lot of people did get mad at those who understood the broader situation, the broader context of blowback, the broader context of basically what amounts to a prison break, a Warsaw Ghetto uprising, right? But the issue is, at the time, most people were oblivious to it. But due to consistent advocacy, due to the steadfast, resilient nature of Palestinians, okay, now more Americans are aware of the situation. Combing through Instagram likes, you are literally onto nothing. You can understand why it happened and still not like it. Yeah, no, I understand that. It was horrible. I say it's horrible, of course. But the problem that many people don't understand is that an Instagram like of that sort is not an indication of a clear-cut statement, right? Did you see the job reports? I did. America is winning at fucking job loss. We're number one at job loss, baby. Anyway, How are they even finding her likes? They're just going back. They're going back on the Wayback Machine probably if she didn't clean up her likes or whatever. But yeah, I like breaking news posts all the time that are really fucking bad news. Does that mean I like the fucking news? Yeah, exactly. It's idiotic. Like policing is a remnant, a relic at this point of woke 1.0. This kind of stuff was all the rage in like 2016, but people have already developed a negative association with things like that anyway, right? Yeah, and the post itself that they are talking about, this is apparently the post Jay I had a stroke about, a post that rightfully lists Israel's crimes against Palestinians. Yeah. As all eyes around the world focus on Palestine, keep in mind that these walls were built to separate along ethnic lines, the very definition of apartheid. Gaza has been aptly described as the world's largest and longest standing open-air prison for millions of people who have committed no crime and have had no trial. Access to and from Gaza is nearly impossible, and most residents are violently forbidden from visiting family outside of Gaza, rebuilding their homes, fishing, or farming, being employed or doing business outside of Gaza, or even crossing outside the walls. Nearly 40% of Gaza's population lives in poverty, isolated and segregated, intentionally kept in poverty, blockade, occupation, and often heavy military attack. That was the post that she liked. Trying to turn this into a news story relies on people's lack of knowledge of the conditions of Palestinians in Gaza. But the cat's out of the fucking bag. Do you see what I mean? This is precisely the point I'm making. You could get away with this when the overwhelming majorities were completely oblivious to the everyday living conditions of Palestinians in Gaza under brutal and ruthless military occupation by Israel, a complete blockade hermetically sealed from the rest of the planet, right? In 2026, when you engage in one, like policing, which is utterly repulsive to the average person, while simultaneously the thing you're like policing is someone liking an Instagram post of an accurate reflection on everyday Palestinian existence that happens to be right but too early for the taste of the average person, when the average person's opinion is closer to Rama Dawaji's opinion, it's over. Look at this guy. You know what shouldn't happen? Killing 260 people at a music festival. No, you're right, man. That just happened on its own because, like, bad guys wanted to do bad things. You're right. Do you think the Israeli state was just, like, peacefully coexisting? They didn't deserve it, you idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets. How do you think this happens? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them? 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even people in the eyes of Israelis. The average age is 18 years old, 57% unemployment. They can't even get concrete inside of Gaza so they can build water salination plants because 97% of their water is toxic. They're dying of mass starvation. You cannot push people into a corner their whole lives and not expect them to fight back at a certain point. Look at this guy. That was on October 12th, 2023. That's why I laugh whenever motherfuckers are like, Hassan, you're a Zionist. You're a Zionist, Hassan. It's funny. Still, there are chatters calling you Zaya Piker. I mean, it's laughable. Let's see a chatter check to see where that chatter's at. Ooh. Oh, wait. We don't have his name. Oh, Zride. Z-R-Z-Ride. I mean, they're probably banned, but wait. Oh, they changed their username, maybe? Z-Ride. Because it says this user has not chatted in this channel. Yeah, this was posted on October. This is something I said on my October 8th, 2023 stream, one day after October 7 when I went live, and it was posted, I believe, on like October 9th or October 10th or something. But yeah, deleted the account and made a new one. Yeah, ironically, maybe they're actually anti-Zionist, and now they're telling me I'm a Zionist. What is this? Old. What the fuck is this, man? I don't want to watch this right now. We'll get to it during Okay Buddy. You're firing off early on. It is painful for you and us to be right, being too early, like you always say. You just have to write it out and eat the fucking backlash until everyone understands. Yes. It is not painful to be right, but too early, okay? Because at the end of the day, you have to understand what you're advocating for, okay? We live incredible lives in the Imperial Core, okay? Think about the fucking victims that you are speaking for. Think about the voiceless that you're offering a voice to. It's nothing. Oh no, people are calling me a terrorist. People are sending me death threats. Who gives a fuck? Compare that to the conditions of the average fucking Palestinian living under Israeli blockade, living under Israeli bombing campaigns. It's nothing. Same thing goes for Iranians too. Okay? You don't do it because you want to be right. You don't do it for moral posturing. You're doing this so you can communicate the truth to people, and you stand on those principles, and you engage in this advocacy so more and more people finally realize, from Palestine all the way to Havana, Cuba, okay? From Gaza in Palestine all the way to Havana, Cuba, we dominate the entire fucking planet. We subjugate them. We humiliate them. We do not allow them to have autonomy. And of course, I'm going to fucking speak for those people who never get a voice in Western media. And you should too. And you're not fucking doing that so that people go, oh my God, you're brilliant. You're so moral. You're doing that because it's right. You're doing that because you want people to understand. You want people to come to your side. You want people to also advocate for these people. You're doing it. You're playing your part in changing people's minds. You're playing your part in reaching broad awareness. Who gives a shit? Imagine if I just had this morally righteous attitude all the fucking time. Imagine if I just postured at chatters who were going on their own ideological journey all the fucking time and just like humiliated them to be like, oh, you're fucking stupid all the time. Imagine if I didn't have an understanding approach. White savior complex for real, fa. Okay, shut the fuck up. Shut up, bitch. You do call us stupid. Yeah, because you do sometimes say stupid shit. To be fair, you do yell at us a lot, and it hurts my feelings. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Sometimes I do got to tell chatters who think they have the better approach and the better method, who just like who demonstrate their inability to understand what I'm trying to do. Okay? You cannot win them over. This is, by the way, this is anti-Maoist, even though it's from Huey P. Newton. It's an anti-Maoist line of demarcation. It's you cannot win them over by drawing the line of demarcation, saying you're on this side and I'm on the other. That shows a lack of consciousness. After the Black Panther Party was formed, which is Maoist, supposed to be Maoist, I nearly fell into this error. I could not understand why people were blind to what I saw so clearly. Then I realized their understanding had to be developed. It's a great line when you are engaging in mass awareness, but there are also instances where you can draw that line of demarcation. You know, it's okay. It's appropriate to show people who your enemies are. You don't need to worry. What is this, son? I'm crying. Oh, the Dubai influencers. I don't think you realize how much you do scream at us. It's not just about being left in us, unless it's the line overt Nazi. Usually you're screaming about us not being normal. Yes, I do. When I yell at you, Zirda's new stream username is yesterday. Oh, you found it. You fucking found it. Is it actually him? Oh my God, you did. Oh my God, you did. 10-month subscriber. You know what shouldn't happen? Killing 260 people at a music festival. Yeah, they deserved it. Smooth brain day. Fuck off. Y'all throwing shots at the GOAT? Wait, let's see where they're at now. Hold on. Holy, you found it. Asmongold is, in my opinion, a classic Groyper accelerationist. Kai doesn't deserve that. I don't like you at all, but I don't want to watch you die. Gross. BB and Trump aren't too different. No more war, please. John Fetterman shudders. 24 can't be a day over 22. I love this guy's energy. Cap 225. He's still in here. He's still in here, and his position seemingly has shifted. Look at that. Look at that. He's still fucking annoying. Don't get me wrong. Clearly, from the way he talks, I still get that vibe from him. But having said that, look at that. October 7 lever returner once again. Look, Piker Broadcasting Service. The gag reflex can only stop you from the red pill for so long. What? Did you see the response from City Hall, the Jewish Insider? Yeah, so the last part of the Zohar Mamdani story that I want to get to, again, an act of desperation. Like, you can't read this as anything but an act of desperation. The extensive caption on the post lament said, if and when the occupation forces to retaliate against this resistance, Gazans will be punished for wanting freedom from apartheid. Dawaji, who met Mamdani on a dating app in 2021 and married him early in 2025, liked this post, and others using a personal account in her own name on which she's posted her often political illustrations. Dawaji did not respond to multiple requests for comment, and the mayor's office would not answer questions regarding his feelings. So they did ask Zohran Mamdani, and Zohran Mamdani did reply, "My wife is the love of my life, and she's also a private person who has no formal position on my campaign or in my city hall," Mamdani says, when asked about this story just now. Says it's his responsibility to answer his thoughts, policies, and decisions. So what's frustrating about this is, like, it'll turn into a larger story. Probably they're going to still keep, like, hammering him with this shit. Why did you kill your dog? I was angry and I couldn't control it. I couldn't control my anger. So I just zapped her too hard and now she's dead. It's really fucked up, I know. Now she's roasting in that light like a gas station hot dog. Yeah. I love how Kai sleeps peacefully while you yell. Well, considering that ever since she was a little lady, like a little tiny baby, even though she was never quite tiny, she's gotten used to me fucking screaming into this whatever this is from her perspective. So she's very used to it. Yeah, so they're just mad. Basically, they're just mad that the New York Times did an expose on the social media profile of Dan Goldman's wife, and that's the reason why they had to do the same attack. It's a classic right-wing method, right? To basically put people on a defensive posture, to get people to engage in a defensive posture by being like, no, you. And they do it all the time. Republicans do it all the time. Reactionaries do it all the time. And Jewish Insider is a reactionary paper because it is a Zionist paper. And Zionism is racist and Zionism is fascist. And therefore, of course, they're going to do the same exact thing. Frontal camera angle is better, in my opinion. I agree. It's like it's a little bit darker and it looks better. I know. So that's it. That's the story. They're trying to hit a no you basically because of the Dan Goldman story that came out that was very embarrassing for those who have the capacity to feel shame. Zohran is not going to come out and be like, my wife is my wife and she has every right to like whatever the fuck she wants to, because you know he has a very careful approach to this kind of thing. He's too afraid. He's too afraid of the backlash, and you know, it's worked out well for him, I guess. There are instances where I do get frustrated with him, but you know, I guess to be a public figure is to constantly eat that ritualistic humiliation. His team did not respond to them. His team did respond to them. Mayor Mamdani has been clear and consistent. Hamas, a terrorist organization, October 7th was a horrific war crime, and he condemned that violence unequivocally as City Hall spokesperson. See, this is what I mean. Like, 2026, man. This is what I mean. 2026. Like, you can add some qualifiers to this. You know what I mean? This is also the type of shit that really, really fucking frustrates the likes of Squirrel and everybody else. I am, I guess, more forgiving, even though I think there is a lot more room to expand on this conversation. And ironically enough, he used to have those conversations before he became the fucking mayor. And having that expansive conversation unironically allowed more people to see the truth. Do you think it's understandably frustrated even if we share our understanding? Yes. You keep attributing to fear what could be attributed to simply wanting to avoid distractions and blatant cynicism in favor of focusing on delivering. Has he addressed this with you? I've never, I haven't like personally been like, the fuck are you doing? If that's what you're asking me about this kind of stuff. We're not that tight, dude. Like, anyway, we're tight, but we're not that tight. You're not Gavin Newsom type of Zoran? Yeah. This guy is one of the biggest leftist commentators in Mexico. They had Claudio Sheinbaum on their show during the elections called Los Periodistas. Maybe they can get you in contact. I mean, I can't even contact this guy. How am I going to? I can't believe this guy's going to be a congressperson. Oh, we're going to talk about this guy as well. I know. I asked earlier, but do you have any links or places that we can read more about in supporting the upcoming flotilla in Cuba? Don't get me fucking started on Azerbaijan, bro. Don't. Oh my God. I'm sure it's an exaggeration. Utterly ridiculous. Financial Times reporting that ships are declaring themselves Chinese to dodge attacks. Dude. Ships in the Gulf. Ships in the Gulf. They are behaving just like your boy, okay? All right.
Now to that breaking headline on the jobs report.
Let's talk about the jobs market before we start monitoring the situation. Yeah, you found me at a very Chinese time in my life, says the shippers. Why does power make American leftist politicians docile? Is pathetic. Look at Trump. It's much more difficult for there is no lane for leftist politicians. It doesn't exist. People are not comfortable with the idea, and left flank politicians are also not comfortable with the power that they've been able to scrounge together, and they worry every single fucking day that they will lose it, and they will lose this movement, and they will lose the momentum. So they act accordingly. They run from a place of fear all the goddamn time. It's a major issue that I have. It's you know, that's why I urge them to be more bold and more brave all the fucking time, and push back and fight back against both the Republicans, the fascists, but also fight back against reactionary forces within the Democratic Party as well. Anyway, let's look at the jobs market real quick, because U.S. employers cut 92,000 jobs in February. Gas prices continue to rise. You're winning so much. We're winning so much.
Elizabeth Schulze has been tracking all of this and gas prices. Elizabeth, break this down.
Hey, good morning, Rachel. This is a very disappointing report showing job losses in the American economy. The report just released shows 92,000 jobs were lost in the workforce in the month of February. Economists had thought about 50,000 jobs were added last month. The unemployment rate also ticked up. It now stands at 4.4%. So that means it is harder for people looking for a job to land one. When you look inside the details of this report, we did see job cuts in healthcare, which has been powering a lot of the growth until now. The tech sector, manufacturing, federal government also lost jobs. Big picture, there had been signs that hiring was stabilizing. This report does put that in question a bit at a time when
I need you guys to understand something. These numbers are an undercount. It means it's far worse. This is what they can get away with claiming is happening. There is a very high likelihood that this is an undercount.
We are seeing new concerns for the economy in the form of higher energy prices. The war in Iran has caused gas prices to spike more than 30 cents in just 1 week. The national average now $3.31 a gallon. Gas Buddy expects it will exceed $5 in California. The Trump administration now scrambling to try to ease this sharp increase in prices at the pump. Gas prices are the highest they've been at any point in either of the president's 2 terms in office. So the administration announcing it will ease sanctions and allow India to buy some Russian oil for 30 days. Energy Secretary Chris Wright tells ABC News that this is a move to try to boost global oil supply.
This is a very brief change in policy just to keep oil prices down a little bit better than we could otherwise. So there's a bunch of floating barrels just sitting there. We've reached out to our friends in India and said, buy that oil, bring it into your refineries.
But the reality is that the administration's options to influence global oil prices are limited as long as that critical Strait of Hormuz, where 1/5 of the world's oil flows through, is at a standstill. And this morning, we are seeing oil prices spike again. We're now closing in on $90 a barrel. At this time last week, they were closer to $65. And these higher energy costs can also quickly ripple into other prices in the economy. As companies pay more for fuel, they can pass those costs down to consumers. Rachel.
And as you said, the White House really limited in what they can do here, right? Elizabeth, thank you.
We're not yet a week in, but there's all sorts of implications that are already becoming clear for the global economy, but also different parts of the world from what's happening in Iran. And, you know, just to kind of update on the various different events that have happened. What has been going on in the last few days is the kind of horror story that economists have been telling themselves for decades and decades.
Guys, I'm beginning to think that the campaign of Operation Epic Fart is not as successful as America was presenting it. I wanted to believe. I wanted to believe in the might of our weapons. I am hopped up on pro-American fumes. I was like, America, fuck yeah, they're gonna find out once again why we don't have any healthcare, haha. And I'm beginning to feel like they're dumping all the healthcare over there, and it's still not. It's still not achieving the results. I don't know. I just it just kind of feels like all of the bombing campaigns, and the naval asset that they blew up, the Iranian naval ship that they blew up, that was like doing a symbolic event. After they were invited by the Sri Lankan government, that wasn't necessarily, that was just a war crime for the sake of doing a war crime. And kind of feels like the government is actually hyping all of those moments, like aura and hype moments by the Indian government off the coastline of Sri Lanka. Kind of feels like those hype and aura moments are because they just haven't achieved their military results on Iranian soil as far as degrading the Iranian launch capabilities. So, yeah. Yeah, it's very weird. It's very strange. How could this have happened is what I'm asking myself, because I thought mightiest military of all time, most expensive military of all time. And yet there's consistent video footage showing Iranian ballistic missile strike on Prince Sultan Air Base in Al Kharj, Saudi Arabia, with the missile impacting very close to several U.S. service members, thankfully said to have resulted in only minor injuries to personnel at Prince Sultan. There's impact happening at the UAE. Iran hit an American Patriot missile site, lighting the entire stockpile on fire. Hezbollah is pummeling northern Israel. Very strange things taking place. Because I thought that their capacity was degraded by 70%. Iran is launching fewer missiles now compared to the first 1 to 2 days after it started. Undisputed that their capability has been degraded. Saying otherwise is not true. My friend, you fundamentally do not understand how the Iranian missile strike capabilities operate. Okay? You're wrong. You're objectively wrong. And I keep trying to explain this to people over and over again. And for some reason, a lot of people just watch the Os and Andes that keep telling them over and over again. They're like, no, any day now, it's gonna be over. Okay? Listen, Iran's missile stockpiles and their manufacturing capabilities are deep underground. So underground that even bunker busters and B-2 bombers cannot actually destroy them, as far as we know. What we are doing, what the American and the Israeli strike teams are doing with the unlimited striking capabilities that they have, is basically fly over Iranian soil, look for openings in those caves, and blow them up. Iran's own anti-air defense systems are also underground. From what I understand, the way that this works is they keep bringing them out, their anti-aircraft, their anti-aircraft weapons only get circulated out whenever they are launching. They don't have stationary positions. Under normal circumstances, you would have stationary anti-aircraft weapons, right? Israel has stationary anti-air munitions. America has stationary anti-air munitions. If you have stationary weapon systems, they are easy to destroy. Iran doesn't have them. I mean, I'm sure they have some stationary ones. I think they got blown up in the 12-day war, as a matter of fact, right? But basically, what is happening here is both the Iranian defenses and the Iranian offensive capabilities are deep underground. So what they keep doing is they take out the TELs, their erector launcher systems, from outside of their caves, and they launch their missiles, waiting for the American and the Israeli Air Force to come in, bring out their anti-aircraft capabilities, and try to blow up as many drones as they possibly can, or try to blow up the fighter jets that are flying over Iranian soil, and then hope that hope that their entire anti-aircraft systems get destroyed, and then they bring them back underground. This is why the American air superiority over Iranian airspace is not a given, okay? It's not consistent. If you look at the strike patterns, if you look at their capabilities of striking Iranian soil, you'll realize that it's not actually very consistent. They don't have permanent air superiority over Iranian soil right now for a multitude of different reasons. And it's also very difficult to gain air supremacy over Iran because Iran is massive. But it's also very difficult for Iran to defend Iranian soil consistently, right? Because again, mountainous and massive. So they're using their mountainous terrain to their advantage. Okay? It's very difficult to implement a no-fly zone over Iran for both of these parties, for both the American and the Israeli parties, and for the Iranian government as well, for the IRGC as well. Okay? The population is dispersed across mountainous terrain. It's very difficult for them to put, it's also stupid for them to basically put stationary anti-aircraft systems out there because they're sitting ducks. Israel can just come in, fly in, blow it up one time, and it's over. That's why a lot of their anti-aircraft defense systems are actually not stationary. They periodically bring them out. However, so your assessment is Iran is winning currently? There is no winning in this situation. Iran is getting bombed into fucking oblivion. So it's not like a victory necessarily. But like here, you are correct. This is them trying to destroy the same missile city for like the 5th time this week and failing. They have not destroyed any on camera yet. Yeah, breaking. Iran's underground Damavand missile fortress just got obliterated. The IRGC secret ballistic missile and air defense base east of Tehran, buried deep in the mountains, has been hit hard by relentless U.S. and Israeli strikes. So I am not like a milsim guy at all. But one thing I have learned from covering these sorts of incidents is the most effective way to stop artillery, the most effective way to stop munitions, the most effective way to stop bombs, basically is dirt. Okay? It's undefeated. It is the most undefeated. It's just ground. It's gravel. It's terrain. It's the most undefeated thing of all time. Okay? It is so difficult to actually successfully penetrate bedrock and get to the weapon systems underneath. You have to consistently keep bombing it over and over again with bunker buster bombs with the hopes that you can, actually engage the deep penetration necessary to get to the munition stockpile. This is the reason why when you go to an outdoor shooting range, there is usually a mountain behind it, right? There's like a mound of dirt behind the targets, because the most effective way to stop a bullet, or the most effective way to stop the most effective way to stop a bullet, or the most effective way to stop any sort of munitions, is literally just the side of a fucking mountain. Iran has plenty of mountains. And this is precisely the reason why their munition stockpile is deep underground. And it's also the reason why they can't fucking get to it. Okay? Rock is even better than dirt or sand, which is something Iran luckily has 55% of its territory made of. It's a uniquely resistant territory. Exactly. So the reason why I'm mentioning all this is because you said, like, oh, are they degrading Iran's capability? Like, it's objectively true that they're degrading Iran's capability. Yes, Iran is not capable of launching missiles with the same frequency that they did in the first couple of days, because obviously some of those cave openings have closed. But all they need to do is to dig themselves out. They can kill the people that are capable of digging themselves out. But Iran also has 93 million people. So they have a fuck ton of people in the IRGC. So they got plenty of people, and they got plenty of dirt, and they got plenty of rock, and they got plenty of terrain. and they have plenty stockpiles. And not only do they have plenty of stockpiles, but they also have a logistical supply chain that is also very difficult to intercept on the eastern side of the country. So they have a direct line to both Russia and China if they want to. Maybe they have a direct line right now that America can't infiltrate either. Pair that up with the fact that they have their underground like manufacturing capabilities are also deep underground, and you arrive at a situation where it's like Vietnam on fucking steroids, right? This is the difference. It's a country that has designed its entire defense and offensive capabilities for this very moment, and you're seeing the results of that right now. That's why a lot of people who are used to America dominating, America fucking shit up, are having a hard time coming to the recognition that like this fortress design of this country is actually capable of withstanding a metric ton of damage, far more damage than America and Israel have actually been able to throw in the ways of all of their other enemies, right? Like there's no similarity between Afghanistan with the Taliban. There's no similarity between this and like Iraq. There's guerrilla warfare. There's counterinsurgency techniques with boots on the ground military warfare. And that obviously is also another war of attrition of a different sort. But like this is very different. If we're talking about like maintaining air superiority, with the weapon systems that America has, with the virtually unlimited offensive capabilities that America has, they should have completely destroyed the Iranian stockpiles, or at least like their capacity to do damage to the Gulf and certainly to Israel as well. But they haven't been able to do that, right? One must ask the question, why? How is Iran's food and energy situation over the next few months? Serious question. Iran is an incredibly self-sustaining country as well, also due to American-born limitations, ironically enough. But yeah, they are a self-sustaining country. I don't know like what natural resources they lack in times of conflict. I suspect water would probably be a problem, but as far as like their agricultural output goes, like unless America starts literally blowing up their agri-production, which they could, I wouldn't put it past them to do that because they're fucking disgusting. I suspect that they're fine for the most part. But do you understand why I say that? Like, while it looks to be like, while the frequency of their missile launches have diminished from the first day, and if you ask the Iranian government, they cope and they say, "Oh, it's because like we used up all of our newest, we used up all of our older gear on the first day or whatever, and now we're using up like our newer stuff, and that's the reason why we don't have to like launch as many missiles or whatever." I think that's a little bit of cope, but I think America is also coping when they claim that they have been able to deteriorate the Iranian strike capabilities by 70% to 90%, depending on which estimate you're looking at, because the results show a very different reality. If you look at like the Gulf, the Gulf base is still taking tremendous damage with new radar facilities being destroyed every single fucking day. Okay? Every single fucking day. Bro, Rick Scott hates you and it's awesome. Rick Scott? Okay, we'll do that later. We'll do that later. Oh, that's awesome. Fuck Rick Scott. Yeah, Iran is blinding the U.S. and Israel, taking out the THAAD radar in Jordan, in the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, perhaps KSA, and Kuwait. This is the reason why Israelis are reporting that their response time, like their in the alarm system that they have, the response time has gone down by like half an hour, pretty much. Back in the day when Iranian missiles were being launched in Iran, you would have like a 25-minute response period to get to the bunkers. Okay? Now, from what I understand, it's gone down to like 1 minute or 2 minutes. The reason why it's no longer 25 minutes or 15 minutes or 10 minutes, but it's 2 minutes, is because the radar capabilities have diminished. They have been successfully destroying this entire network, these eyes that work alongside the aero systems, that work alongside the Israeli defenses, that work alongside all of these. Like, this is a sophisticated network of eyes, basically, eyeballs that warn ahead of time, early advanced warning systems. Iran has been steadily destroying these multiple billions of dollars worth of fucking radars with their Shahed drones that cost $20,000 a pop. And you know, that's the reason why Israel no longer has the same defenses. This will chip away at the confidence that the Israeli public has, which currently is at like a 90% approval rating for America and Israel strikes on Iran. Iran is blinding the U.S.-Israeli defenses, taking out THAAD radar in Jordan, UAE, says Mark Ames, Bahrain, Qatar, perhaps KSA and Kuwait. Iranian intelligence and targeting is the big surprise of this war so far for the arrogant, overconfident Trump meatheads who wildly underestimated their opponent. Yeah. Third time this evening, there has been a missile warning of incoming fire from Iran towards Israel, and no sirens have sounded in the Jordanian capital. I have no idea if it's related to this. People more expert than me can say. The radar for a THAAD system was struck and apparently destroyed in Jordan, while 2 other THAAD radar systems may have been hit in the UAE. Slowly but surely, while the American and the Israeli side keep saying over and over again that they have actually diminished Iran's launch capabilities, Iran has been taking out, piece by piece, all of the different eyes and ears that they have in this region that play a very consequential role in Israeli defenses. Okay? Do you understand? They're not lobbing missiles and lobbing Shahed drones for no fucking reason at the Gulf. This is why it's laughable whenever, you know, Arakshi goes on NBC and NBC's like, why are you attacking your neighbors, Muslim countries, in the month of Ramadan? It's the holy month of Ramadan. It's like, I wonder why they're doing that. Perhaps it's because all of these other countries have American military bases, and those American military bases have equipment that plays a role in undermining the Iranian offensive. It's war. It's also very expensive, for the record. It's not like they're not just blowing up these systems to engage in a war of attrition where you know, for the ROI favors the Iranian response as opposed to the American defense. Like, that's not the only reason. That is, you know, obviously helpful if their goal is to apply pressure to the American government to withdraw. It's certainly helpful in that regard. But that's not the only reason why they're doing it. They're doing it because they want to shut off the defenses, the Israeli defenses, so that it makes it all the more difficult for Israel to continue its endless offensive. You're buying into Western propaganda. Iran is launching fewer missiles because they have to make their stockpile last for months. They can't just fire 300 missiles every single day. That would be like 10K missiles a month. No, I know. I'm saying that the reason why their missile launching capabilities have quote unquote diminished is partially because they are, like, the American and the Israeli side are capable of closing up these tunnels. Okay, that's just the truth. It's not because their TLs are getting destroyed and they no longer have the launchers. Okay, they are slowly but surely degrading the air defenses and the radar capabilities of the American and the Israeli side. That is the achievement here for the Iranian side. Their goal, their military goal right now, is very clearly to destroy American and Israeli defenses slowly but surely. But it takes a while for them to reopen those tunnels. That's my point. I'm sure that if they wanted to, I'm sure if they didn't get any degradation whatsoever, they would probably be launching even more missiles at Kuwait, even more missiles in Bahrain, even more missiles in the direction of those radar systems. And on top of that, consistently pepper Israel with their older stockpile. Their older munitions stockpile is probably still pretty large. But the reason why their capabilities of, this conversation started because I was literally telling a chatter that their capabilities have not degraded in the way that the chatter thinks, because they're like, oh, they're not hitting Israel as much. Like, I was explaining to him that I was explaining to that chatter that like, no, their capabilities have not degraded by the estimations on the Israeli side. Wait, I don't get it. You're saying their capabilities are degraded, but you're saying they're not degraded. Their launching capabilities are always going to receive setbacks after every single Israeli and American bombing campaign. Okay, that is true. However, their strike capabilities have not degraded by the American estimates. Locals say they're not slowing down. New strike reported near the U.S. base in Kuwait. Cluster munitions were used early this morning in Kuwait with another wave of attacks about an hour ago, source told drop site. Many locals believe the fighting had eased after Wednesday saw little activity across the Gulf, but the past 24 hours have been as intense as the first 2 days of the conflict, if not more, the local source reported. Separate OSINT accounts are circulating satellite imagery, they say, shows Iranian strikes hitting and destroying communications radomes, protective shells that cover the radar or satellite communications antennas at Camp Arifjan, a major U.S. base in Kuwait. What is this music, bro? This is crazy. Regardless of capabilities Iran has, this policy, I don't know if it's stupid or too dogmatic, of maintaining the moral high ground. I don't know if that's wise in the inhuman, i.e. humans who have forfeited their humanity with actions that are incompatible with life, U.S. Israelis. I don't know where the Iranian military doctrine is at this point because, you know, there is one thing that America has done, which is chop up the top of the fucking directory. They have killed a lot of the generals. Perhaps that was a mistake. As I said, literally before they did the decapitation strike, maybe it's not the best idea to kill all of the people that have consistently shown strategic restraint. If you recall, I said that before they did the decapitation strike. I was like, maybe America won't be dumb enough to go and do a decapitation because the Ayatollah and the leadership of the IRGC, as it stands currently, are some of the more restrained people. The IRGC has always been less restrained than the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah is the most restrained party here, but basically, the people that refused to attack Israel after Israel violated the long-standing red line that Iran and the entire axis of resistance had, which was if Israel invades Gaza, they do what they're doing right now. After that invasion, right? They had this capability after October 7th. Like, I need you to understand, Yahya Sinwar was aware that Iran had this capability after October 7th. And time again, the Quds forces, the IRGC refused to abide by the long-standing red lines that they had declared as Israel violated those red lines over and over again. Israel kept slowly but surely degrading the Iranian axis of resistance. This is the real deterioration that took place as a direct consequence of the strategic restraint applied by the IRGC. They allowed the entire axis of resistance that they designed in this fucking region over the course of the last 20 years to get blown into fucking bits, including the assassination and the decapitation strikes against Hezbollah. That was very effective. All the fucking older dudes that are in the IRGC and all the older dudes that were in charge of this this process kept thinking, oh, we can negotiate with the West. We can negotiate with the West. We can negotiate with the West. Well, look what that got you. Death. Now you're dead. And the people that remain are the people who are like, well, they're killing us, so I don't think we can negotiate any longer. And this is the results. I'm telling you, like, the American and Israeli doctrine of death and destruction has unironically caused this massive economic collapse. They literally are the reason. You know how Americans say you can't negotiate with terrorists? We can't negotiate with terrorists? That's what Iran should have been saying from the start.
It's about what is the worst single thing that can happen to the global
economy.
I'm
going to go pee.
Well, it's kind of happening right now. So the Straits of Hormuz are effectively closed. I'll show you a chart on that in a second. You've got the world's biggest oil terminal that is basically down, Ras Tanura in Saudi Arabia. You've got the world's biggest gas terminal, Ras Laffan, that is down as well, all because of drone attacks from Iran. You've got tanker attacks all through the Gulf and particularly around the Straits, but including in the north end of the Persian Gulf. Like I say, this is the kind of thing that scary scenarios built by economists have been kind of talking about for years. But what's the impact? And this is where things get kind of interesting and nuanced, because you might have thought with that happening, the oil price would go crazy. And it's certainly gone a lot higher. Look at that, up by 15% in the last few days. But it hasn't gone up as much as the gas price. And here's where things get kind of interesting. So this is the gas price, actually in the UK. And that's up by 70%. And actually at one point, you can see the line has just about come down. At one point, it was up by 100%. So it doubled. So why is there that difference between oil and gas? Well, in part, it's literally just a physical thing. It's quite hard to store gas, and so your kind of sensitivity to what's going on in the market is slightly greater. But to some extent, it's also something else. So if you look, for instance, at the oil market, it's quite well stocked at the moment. What do I mean by that? Well, this is showing you demand for oil in recent years, and then there's a kind of projection there. And then look at supply, so this red line here. And you can see supply recently has been running above demand.
This is old news. We're over 90 now. When is this from? It was from 15 hours ago.
So there's quite a lot of oil flowing out there. And you know, the corollary of that is that quite a lot of that has gone into storage. So
here's the thing. They also stopped the production. So in order to kickstart, they're going to burn the stockpile that they have. They're going to burn through the stockpile that they have. But it's going to take a while for the production to restart. There's like a runway. There's a time constraint here as well, which will of course certainly hit the which will inevitably increase the barrel prices.
Stocks, oil stocks, every country around the world has some degree of oil storage. It's easier to store, like I say, than it is gas. You can store gas, but it's just a bit harder. But oil stocks have been rising in the run-up to what's happening now in Iran. So there's a little bit of reassurance there that, look, for oil, we're kind of relatively well equipped as things go. However, it should be said, okay, so this is oil stocks mostly outside the Middle East, outside the Gulf. It's a totally different story if you're looking at oil stocks.
USS Gerald Ford passes the Suez Canal and enters the Red Sea. Here come the Houthis. Oh, shit. What is this? Yes, a bit spammy. I know you're featured wearing your Zhongshan suit in a video about hate towards the Adidas Chinese jacket. Why Chinese netizens hate the Adidas Chinese jacket? Wait, is this person saying this sucks too? I know why the Chinese netizens hate the Adidas jacket. Because it's not even like traditional Chinese gear. It's from anyway, whatever. Well, what am I doing? What am I doing? ADHD, stop.
Within the Middle East, here oil stocks are kind of a problem. Different countries here, now these are all oil producers, so it's a different thing, have a certain amount of leeway, a certain amount of storage that they can put their oil into if they can't get it out. But it's not that much. So Iraq, 6 days, Kuwait, 14 days, the UAE, 19, and so on and so forth. And why does this matter? Okay, well, have a look at this. Okay, so
come on, at this point, the Houthi probably won't join the fight. Are you fucking insane? The Houthis absolutely will join the fight. Are you out of your fucking mind, chatter? What are you saying? The only reason why they haven't fucking joined the fight thus far is because, from what I understand, China is trying to keep things together between Iran and Saudi Arabia. But as soon as the Americans come in, if there's one group of people that want the fucking smoke in the region, it is the Ansar Allah movement. Oh my God, you're so wrong. Oh, I've never met a population like the fucking people of Yemen, brother. What are you saying? Oh. Yemen is already 2-0 against American forces, the American Navy. They've caused them to retreat twice. What is this? Oh, what is this? Okay, I'm not going to show this, chat. You're going to get me fucking banned, okay? Houthis are the Yemeni people are a very musical people, okay? They love their musicals. And I will say, I love their musicals too. But unfortunately, due to the fucking censorious nature of this platform that I'm on, I am incapable of showing you the musicals. Yemen so completely embarrassed the U.S. that the U.S. directed the Saudis to resume their genocide? No. No, the Saudis don't even want to fuck with the what? No, you're wrong. The Saudis literally cut a deal with the Saudis literally cut a deal with the Houthis. You're wrong. Why do you put the Houthis and Yemeni people in the same boat and the Iranians with the IRGC? These are not alien entities, man. These are not alien entities. These are not people. These are not people that are like a totally separate alien life form. Where the fuck do you think the Houthi movement comes from? They are Zaidi Shia Yemenis. What the fuck? Does it help you? Does it make you feel indifferent? Does it make you feel indifferent to the violence that America is subjecting these countries to when you make it feel like it's an alien life form? You know? Is that what it is? Do American bombs distinguish between a Sunni Yemeni and a Shia? Do American bombs distinguish between school children and IRGC commanders? If no, then there is functionally no reason to not cover it in the same exact way. I mean, they do think differently. You're missing the point. This is like saying, why do you say Palestinian and Hamas as a collective unit? What do you need? What do you need to see? It does not matter if there is an ideological diversity or even friction amongst the masses. When American bombs blow up your home, they don't distinguish between gay Yemeni or homophobic Yemeni. They don't distinguish between IRGC commander and regular Iranian citizen who actually hates the IRGC. The same goes for the genocide that Israel committed in Gaza. There is no difference. So what is the difference of you and another American? None. None. What the fuck do you mean? Yes. Yes. If an alien life form came down and invaded the United States of America, you say you are super different in many ways? Brother, you are missing the point. If an alien life force came down to Earth and destroyed the United States of America and killed my family members, they would not make that distinction. Okay? Just as American bombs do not make that distinction between the ideological differences between the Yemeni population or the Iranian population, a technologically advanced society's the weapons of destruction would not make such a distinction between me, my positions, my interests, and any other American. If China were to nuke the United States of America right now, if China were to drop a fucking North Korea, they won't. I'm not saying this is a likelihood at all. I'm just using this as a hypothetical argument. I'm not engaging in this like idiotic fucking thing where it's like China's going to nuke us or whatever. I'm not saying that. But in a hypothetical situation where like some other country, some foreign adversary nuked Los Angeles, California, I would be dead. They wouldn't think, well, Hassan actually has a profound understanding of Chinese development in the People's Republic of China. I'd be dead. My loved ones would be dead all the same. This is the same kind of moronic chatter that would come in here defending the IDF for targeting only Hamas for 2 years while they engage in a ceaseless genocide without restraint. Exactly. How much extra time do you get on tests? Yeah. The difference in opinion amongst the masses is utterly irrelevant. It's not even a fucking talking point that I entertain in the situation because we bomb them all the same. Okay? LMFAO, I think they're different. What you think does not matter. It is utterly immaterial. Okay? Because you are not a Mark 9 Reaper drone. Okay? You are not a bunker buster bomb. You are not a Moab. You are not a B-2 bomber. When you bomb Iran, you bomb all of them all the same. No, you're fucking delusional enough to think that they have specific targets. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you for finally arriving at the talking point that we know you were trying to say, but you were too pussy to fucking say it outright. Unless you personally believe that the little schoolgirls that were killed, 150 of them, were actually a direct military target. I bet you Peace sitting down. Aw. Do you personally feel like American force projection capabilities are diminishing and that makes you feel less confident in American military superiority, even though American military superiority actually never did anything to materially improve your existence at all? Does it suck to finally come to the conclusion that all this endless death and destruction campaign is for virtually nothing? You can just chant USA, USA because you're the most castrated slave of all time. USA, 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 I say. They're going to find out later why we don't have health care, but one day they'll find out, just like the Ansar Allah movement was going to find out one day why we don't have health care. Bitch, you don't have health care. Get health care. Fight for health care now. Yeah. Look how fast this dumb fuck gave up. He tried to come in here and be like, why do you say this? Why do you not make the separation about who's getting bombed? Which, makes me feel a little bit better. Like, those guys deserve it, right? Like, we're not killing innocent children, right? I mean, even though we very clearly are. There's a current ongoing investigation that has basically revealed that America did deliberately target a fucking school and kill a bunch of 7 to 12-year-old girls, as a matter of fact. We went through the dialogue tree and you exhausted all the options, and now you've arrived at the ultimate conclusion. USA, USA. I have health care. I thought Iran said they did it. You don't think. You don't think at all. This is cope. It's also, it's also propaganda that you willingly sucked up because you can't comprehend that America could do such an evil thing because you've been sold a lie your whole life. Anyway, let's take a look at people that are, people that were very much anti-IRGC. CBS has reached out to a man inside of Iran who took part of the massive anti-regime protests, says democracy has to come from the people and not foreign powers.
People in Iran, like any other country, they want to have, peaceful life. We are not looking for war. There was a lot of issues with the supreme leader, with their policies.
When do you think people will learn? Because, if this last 2.5 years of genocide and how much people's collective conscious shifted from the diametrical opposite position of being either indifferent to the Israeli violence to supporting Israeli violence to now finding it to be morally repugnant. If you had that ideological journey, why do you still come in here and try to repeat the same fucking thought process now with yet another instance? When will you fucking learn? Why? Why do you want to be the most castrated slave of all time? Why do you want to delude yourself into thinking that this guy Hassan, he must be anti-American. He's just probably in support of the IRGC. He probably is getting paid by the Iranian government. Does that make you feel better about being wrong all the fucking time? Wake up. Why do you think there is a consistent instant vindication faster than ever before? I told you that the Iranian population, of course, once they got fucking bombed, would turn around and say, please stop bombing us. Because those bombs do not distinguish between those who are anti-regime and those who are pro-regime. Okay? We are destroying one of the oldest cultures and one of the oldest cities in the fucking planet. It's disgusting. All of the diaspora population and their dance campaign in the immediate aftermath of the decapitation strike was going to look really fucking shitty in a matter of weeks. Turns out it has happened in a matter of days. Okay? So why? Why do you still do this? Why can you not let go of this mental block that stops you from seeing something that's super easy to understand? You cannot bring about liberation to a people by blowing them to bits. It's that simple. You're engaging in self-soothing behavior to delude yourself. This is delusional thinking.
In our childhood and my young ages, actually, best years of my life, we could have had better lives. What you had in US or what you had in UAE or any other country with the resources. The country is so rich. Why we should live like this? So that's the reason I say that they ruined our lives. I was in the protest, but I am not going to allow anybody else to come and destroy my homeland because I am against my government. It's my problem. I cannot stand that. The issue that my friends outside of Iran, they are trying to bring...
This person is the nicest, most sympathetic Iranian to the diasporoids, by the way. I'm willing to bet that the average Iranian that is currently an anti-IRGC Iranian living in Iran right now has way worse thoughts than this person. This is the nicest. This is the nicest person to the position of the diasporoids.
Or to the country to change the regime so that they can come back to Iran, but at the cost of the people who are living in Iran. Even when you sleep, you don't know what will happen tomorrow or even what will happen during the night. I was forced to leave Tehran. Why I was forced to do that? They dropped bomb on this. They attacked this part of the city. Oh, let me call my uncle. Maybe they are living in that region. Let me call my aunt. Are they alive? This is not a situation that brings...
There's a famous Chinese saying about this that encapsulates the philosophy behind Chinese non-intervention policy. Wow, that's a fucking bar. If an egg is broken by an outside force, life ends. If broken by an inside force, life begins. Great things always begin from the inside. Brilliant. I agree, but I have friends who are for this war. They argue that bombing can bring peace, and they say, look at Germany now or Japan. I know, it's cope, it's cope, it's cope, it's cope. It's cope, okay? And are they in Tehran is the real question, but because if they're not in Tehran, then don't listen to them regardless. And even if they're in Tehran and they're saying, no, these bombing campaigns, Trump, Donald Trump, please keep bombing Tehran. The people that are inside of Tehran saying that, the numbers are going to diminish as the bombings continue. And not only that, but there were voices inside of Iraq that were celebrating the American military occupation. Those voices went awfully quiet. Some of those people took up arms against the American government, okay? The American occupation. It's that simple. Like, it's just so stupid. Look at Russia. Look at Russia's intervention in Ukraine. Look at Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Look at Russia's bombing campaigns in Ukraine. Eastern Ukraine was quite sympathetic to Russia before the invasion. They're not sympathetic any longer. Why the fuck do you think that is? Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that they got bombed. They got killed. I've brought this up over and over again, and people simply do not understand. I would love for people to post like this to, on their social media to go live under bombs for a few years or a few days, and then we can revisit the conversation about how scary bombs are comparatively. Bombs are frightening, but for Iranians, the regime itself has been far more terrifying. Like, this is cope. This is just propaganda. This is just pro-Israeli propaganda, and it's very shitty propaganda, because if you just like fucking close your eyes and think for 3 seconds, you will realize there has never been an instance where bombing has brought about like a democratic process for the fucking population. Even the most sober assessment, well, not the most sober assessment, but even the most pro-American assessment has to openly recommend the fact that American regime change that has come as a consequence of bombing campaigns have led to worse conditions overall in an infinitely larger amount of times than leading to liberal democracy. Okay? That's why you have to go back all the way to fucking, well, Nazi Germany. Again, military occupation. And even then, there was no denazification that took place regardless. Or Japan. Again, military occupation. There's not a single instance where this has worked, and a mountain of evidence that it does not work.
Peace is really scary. Yes, we have problem. We have serious problem. But I am not going to resolve those problems with damaging my country. So they have to leave it to ourselves to tackle that. Democracy, can happen, but it takes time. It comes from the people. They have to demand a democracy. It's an internal issue. And if somebody from side is going to put some people in charge for any reason, even without considering people's interests. They are not going to bring us freedom. They are not going to bring us democracy. I never cannot believe that an external power can bring democracy into Iran. Although that I'm extremely unhappy with the regime, with the economy, all these things, I'm not supporting them, honestly. But missiles and rockets are attacking Iran. You know, it's my land, it's my homeland. I mean, it takes decades and years to be repaired. People were crying, some of the innocent people were injured. When there is missiles, air jets are moving around, so how can I expect people to work?
Oh God, ew.
Then, you know, the economy would be damaged worse than what currently see.
Oh,
We were the people who tried to build this country, irrespective of all those restrictions internally and.
I'm sorry, the amount of fucking drool on the ground right now is a puddle, okay? Oh, holy shit. She just spat everywhere. She got so excited. She was just literally fucking drooling. Like I was like a goddamn puddle next to me. Why did they do that? Why do they want to eat it out of your hand so much? No, it's not that she wanted to eat it out of my hands. She wants to pick it up gently. So she's like demonstrating restraint. And the problem is while she's demonstrating restraint, she can't stop her drool from fucking flying everywhere. Ugh. Ay, ay, ay.
Externally, this is not bringing freedom into Iranians' life. I believe the country with bad regulation is better than a country with chaos. Now we are going into chaos. To me, it's very dark. The future is very dark.
My husband told me he saw people on the internet that your dog died. Why do people think that? Why do people think that? Because they're fucking stupid. Like, I don't know. People lie. People lie about me all the time. And this is another one. They've just decided. They've realized that. I think basically what happened is they realized that most people won't check, and most people don't give a shit. There was a tweet with like 70,000 likes saying you killed her. Yeah, that's what it is. People are like incredibly fucking easily duped and incredibly gullible and incredibly dumb. And there's no like in the current misinformation environment that we're in. In the current misinformation, no, they're trying to bother you. They know it gets back. I mean, it doesn't really bother me. I don't give a shit. Yeah, my dog is dead. You know, what do you mean? I don't necessarily think they're like duped by it. I'm sure there are some people that are duped by it, but like for the most part, I think they're just trying to like cause derailment. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you the Iranians inside of Iran reacting to the diaspora Iranians celebrating and dancing. This is a video I was gonna show you as well. Let's take a look. Audio only. I have no clue what's going on. They're just literally repeating the Hasanabi lines over and over again. Why do you think that this bombing campaign is gonna be good? How can you say that about your own people? How can you claim to be a fucking patriot? Bro, they are also supporting IR. Oh my God. That's why I showed you previously a guy who literally said he protested the IRGC, who also is mad. Also, those people are Iranian too. Get it through your fucking thick ass, dumbass skull chatter. Okay? Yes. Who the fuck do you think the Islamic Republic is comprised of? There are obviously people who support the Iranian government inside of Iran as well. Do they deserve death? Are you fucking stupid? What do you mean? You left out the part where they support the Ayatollah. We are just saying, look at both sides. Why don't you go to MAGA and ask about America? Are you fucking dumb? I started the conversation by showing you someone who is anti-IRGC who said bombing is not going to save us Democracy must come from within. And then I showed you the supportive side. They are Iranian all the same. They are dying all the same. If they started carpet bombing New York City, okay, if an alien life force started nuking American cities, would you turn around and go, well, these guys are MAGA. Let's not hear from them? Like, this is fucking idiotic. It's so strange to me. IRGC supporters are a minority and they don't want freedom of religion. I don't think their opinion matters. Of course their fucking opinion matters, you moron. A lot of people are happy. Oh my God, you're so fucking stupid. Holy shit. You are deluding yourself. You are deluding yourself. This conversation didn't start and begin and end with the IRGC supporters. No, it doesn't. I need you to understand something that I keep repeating. Americans deserve nothing. Holy fuck. I agree. Holy shit. The people who support the Ayatollah, the people who support the IRGC are still Iranian people. They do not deserve death. That's number one. You might think so. I don't. I don't want MAGA to fucking die in a nuclear holocaust just as much as I don't want anyone else to die in a nuclear holocaust. Okay? I'm anti-war and I don't think the war will bring positive change. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're anti-war and you don't think the war will bring positive change, except you're literally trying to fucking cope and delude yourself into thinking that, like, no, Iranians are actually celebrating this. I'm anti-war. Iranians are actually celebrating this war, though. So we must celebrate it, too. Girly pop, I'm Iranian people. I don't care that you're girly pop Iranian people. This is a ridiculous fucking statement. You cannot, under any circumstances, try to do fucking standpoint epistemology in my fucking broadcast to justify American imperialism, to justify Israeli imperialism. It is no different than saying, I found a Palestinian guy who loves Israel. Okay? It's dumb as fuck. Do you not understand? I don't care. It doesn't matter to me at all if you're Iranian or not. What matters to me is what you're saying. If you come in here and you tell me, oh, well, some Iranian people are celebrating it. Okay, I don't give a shit. Who gives a fuck? It's ridiculous. I hate the diaspora celebrating. Okay, but like, what do you mean? You said you hate the diaspora celebrating, but then you also said these guys are, well, there's people in Iran that are celebrating. Okay, who gives a fuck? There were people in Iraq that were celebrating the American intervention. How'd that work out for them? Oh, it's just like the Cuban diaspora in the U.S. I had white Cuban friends tell me why they think Cuba should be on the receiving end of the same shit, and they cannot grasp the idea that they are from Capitals families that were doing great under Batista. It doesn't matter. Even if someone was from a fucking poor family, even if someone is like a Afro-Cuban how do you say it? If someone is a black Cuban, poor Cuban, doesn't fucking matter to me. Anyone that says this is what Cuba deserves is fucking insane, okay? Afro-Latino, Afro-Cubano. This is what I mean when I say, like, it's utterly irrelevant what your background is. What is relevant is what you're saying. If you are justifying, through standpoint epistemology, American intervention, American bombing campaigns, then your opinion is wrong. I will have that conversation with you every single day of the week if you want to, and I do seemingly have this conversation virtually every single fucking day.
Most of these countries will be hoping to get their oil, and this is what has always happened. You drill your oil, you pump it out, and you ship it onto tankers through the Straits of Hormuz. That's the way things work. But if you can't do that, if you can't get the oil out, then you have to do something, and you basically kind of exhaust all of that storage time. So in the case of Iraq, 6 days, in Kuwait, not much more. Then after that period, you have to do radical things like starting to shut down your production. And when you start shutting down production, that's a real problem for oil facilities. Sometimes you can cause long-term damage that basically means you're just not going to get as much oil out in the future. That's kind of what's happened in Venezuela recently. So there's real profound questions about how long this lasts and how long the Straits of Hormuz is essentially closed.
I published an op-ed in The Guardian today about this, exactly this, from a Cuban American. Cosmic Yawn. You know we have the same friends, right? Oh my God. That's crazy. As you link this to me, one, I already saw this. Two, it's a good op-ed. And three, literally as you were linking this to me, other people were linking it at the same time. Some of our mutual friends were linking it at the same time. And yes, it's a good op-ed. Yes, I've been on your stream before with a Cuban doctor. Yes, I know. Anyway, We'll talk. We're going to get to Cuba in a little bit. Let's finish this.
When I say essentially closed, well, there's been all this talk about, is it closed, isn't it closed? Well, this shows you tankers going in and out Straits of Hormuz in recent months. Attacks begin. Look at what happens to those flows. I mean, it's basically closed. It's basically closed in profound, in pragmatic terms. And that has serious consequences, that will kind of mount up the more time elapses. But as I was saying a second ago, it's not just oil and gas. Okay, so obviously we focus a lot on oil and gas, but there are products that are made from oil and gas that are also incredibly important. Think about like jet fuel, kerosene. That is up by 52%. And this is kind of a price actually measured in Singapore, up by 52%. So flights are going to get more expensive. Basically, right now, they're going to be getting more expensive because that is an extraordinarily sharp increase. And why is that going up quite so quickly, more quickly than oil? It's because it's really hard to store kerosene. So it's back to that pragmatic question about how much storage of this stuff do we actually have. Fertilizer. So a lot of fertilizer, kind of, getting 30–40% of the world's fertilizer, that also comes from the Gulf. It passes through the Straits of Hormuz. Anticipating that, the prices are up by 30% since January. And if you look at other things, so, this is rather more obscure, but nonetheless, you'll see pretty important. Helium. Who knew? Helium. Actually, for the most part, it is made in the process of kind of refining natural gas. And so a third of the world's helium comes from Qatar. Well, that's not happening right now. It's not being produced because Ras Laffan is down, so you're just not getting that. 1/3 of the world's helium. That is significant not just for party balloons for kids' parties. If you want to run an MRI...
I'm part of the Iranian diaspora, and I agree with Hassan. This war isn't good and won't help anyone. Iran will become Syria if it's lucky. I've been able to contact my family back home, and they fully support it, which is really hard to process, knowing this could lead to their demise. I've never really liked the regime and have been harassed endlessly by the morality police, but the war isn't the answer either. Yes, I think that's the important part. There's more than one way to accomplish goal. This isn't the best way, and the intention of the U.S. and Israel isn't going to bring democracy or peace. It's to destabilize and destroy Iran. Exactly. Okay? Iran, this is literally what I talked about with a Iranian professor at UBC, a professor from Fordham, right? This is exactly what I talked about. Remember? American sanctions and American destabilization has set back Iranian efforts in having any sort of popular mobilization or having any sort of real democratic process in Iran. American destabilization is what has caused the Iranian government to engage in even more repressive forces over and over again. This is how it works in every country. In every country where America has a grand design, this is what happens. Some are fortunate enough through hard work, through resilience, through not having the same geographic limitations, are able to overcome that. China is one example of this, right? But other countries are not so fortunate. Iran's biggest misfortune is the fact that it is in such close proximity to Israel. And Israel has unlimited appetite for death and destruction. Cuba's biggest misfortune is its close proximity to the United States of America. China's biggest fortune, on the other hand, aside from the resilience of the people, is that it's very far away from America. Petrodollar ain't shit, dollars what matters. So this is Hassan's motive. As much as he acts like he's on the peace side, his main intention is that Muslims shouldn't lose their power in the Middle Eastern diaspora, and Iran is the main propagator of Islam that funds other countries to convert their people. If Iran loses power, Muslims lose power, and therefore Hasanabi as a Muslim guy has no relevancy to act supreme over the American government. Brother, I'm Turkish, right? Or maybe you don't. Maybe look into I'm not a particularly religious person either. That's really funny to assume that I'm I have some kind of religious reason for this. But it's additionally funny because there are religious still a Muslim. Yeah, I know. What you're describing is racism, which is it's a very low IQ trait to have. It's a very low IQ way of thinking in general. But it's also the wrong kind of racism anyway, because I'm Sunni, Iran is Shia. I know you think it's all the same, but it's actually very different. Not only am I Sunni, but I'm not a particularly religious. I'm not religious at all. I'm not a religious person at all. I'm a firm and committed believer in secularism. Racist law. Yeah, no, it is. It is. And it's not even like the advanced racism necessary to comprehend what's going on here anyway. But I don't think you'll be able to comprehend it ever. Stop reading them out loud. No, I enjoy it. He called you a secret Korean in a Muslim way. Yeah, he's doing Japanese style racism, but even then he's not doing it correctly. Gotta save the Muslim Brotherhood. Brother, do you think the Muslim Brotherhood is Sunni? Okay? Iran is Shia. They're not super fond of one another, with the exception of Hamas. Hamas is one of the only. Hamas started as an Islamic charity, is a Muslim Brotherhood cutout, or was a Muslim Brotherhood cutout. Not that it fucking matters, but Hamas is the only Sunni group that Iran has offered support to. He's rage baiting you. I mean, he's not succeeding because I'm not raging. Anyway, racism or bigotry? I mean, it is. Racism is a bigotry. Say it in Turkish so he thinks you're cursing him. No, it's
Hassan Piker killed his fucking dog. I don't care what the cause of death actually gets confirmed as. No, Hassan Piker killed his fucking dog. Hassan Piker killed.
What is this? Wait, Kaya is dead? Yes, it's shocking. The whole shot collar thing was such an obvious op by right-wingers, and so is this. There's literally one tweet posted randomly by some dude, and people think his dog actually is dead. She was literally on stream hours ago. This is where it's coming from. Spreading misinformation is fun. I see why so many people do it. The appeal of spreading misinformation in politics. Misinformation has become a significant challenge in today's political landscape, captivating the attention of many. What? This is a ChatGPT summary of the appeal of spreading misinformation in politics? What the fuck? Ludwig died? He killed Destiny? When did this happen? Groper got 400K views on TikTok saying he killed Kaya. Acknowledges in the caption as misinfo. Right-wingers spread that a week ago. They're too stupid to check if it's true. It started on Twitter by a Groper, if I recall correctly. Yeah, dude. I mean, who gives a shit? Whatever.
MRI scanner, you need helium. Because what's helium really good for? It's good for cooling. Cooling things down to kind of near absolute zero temperatures. That's exactly what you need for an MRI scanner, because it needs to run these superconducting magnets. You can't do anything superconducting. You can't run quantum computers. You know, the future of computing, you need helium for it. And a lot of that helium, all of a sudden, it's not available anymore. You see where this is going. All of these unexpected knock-on consequences from what's happening in Iran at the moment and in the Gulf. Sulfuric acid, again, even more obscure, I'm afraid. But a quarter of the world's sulfuric acid production, that comes from the Gulf, and without sulfuric acid you can't make explosives. Without sulfuric acid you can't refine things like copper. And so all of a sudden copper prices are going up as a result, or at least are likely to go up, because the cost of refining it is going to go up too. So it's not just oil, it's not just gas, and also it's not just the things that are made within the Gulf that matter. I mean, think about a place like Jebel Ali. This is one of the world's biggest container ports. It's just outside of Dubai, right there. And this is a place that has become central to global trade. A lot of trade coming from Europe kind of goes through Jebel Ali and then passes through to Singapore and elsewhere. It can't happen anymore. And it's almost even more profound for those who live within the Gulf, because this was the main place that was receiving all the shipments of food and grain that can no longer easily pass through the Straits of Hormuz. So it's not just a problem for those of us who live outside the Gulf, it is a big problem, maybe even bigger, for those who live within the Gulf, because you've got questions of whether you can actually get that stuff, and you've got questions of what happens to the wider economy. A really good way of kind of illustrating this is thinking about the airports there. You might have traveled via Dubai Airport. It wasn't that long ago that it was relatively small compared with the big beasts of the airport world. This is showing you the size of these airports. You've got Heathrow at the top there, Paris, Hong Kong, Frankfurt, Amsterdam. But look, over time, we're passing through from the 2000s to 2010. Over time, look at how Dubai Airport overtook everyone and established itself as comfortably the world's biggest airports, and remains that.
You're dead. You're dead. You died. Kaya, you're dead. You're not playing dead. What are you doing? It's the ghost of Kaya. Oh, someone wants more treats? Oh, treats? Look at this. You want a treat? the head tilt. Is that what you want? You want a treat? Oh, shit. Want a treat? What do you want? Would you like a treat? What are you smelling? Oh, no, that's just the trash. Oh, okay. All right. I'll give you another one. I'll give you another one. How old is she now? As of yesterday, she's 3 years old. Okay. Now that you had your burger, you can have a sweet treat. Okay. No, back up. Oh, God. Oh, nasty. You are a nasty girl. Okay, sit. Kaya, sit. Good girl. Kaya, down. Good girl. Roll over. Good girl. Roll back. Okay. Look at this. She's so fat. She's the fattest girl in the land. Okay, up. Hey, up. Uppies. Kaya, up. Okay. Good girl. What are you looking? Okay. What are you looking at? She always looks back at me when I give her this treat, like as though she's like, this is shameful. Like, I'm not supposed to be having this. It's too good. It's too decadent. This one fucks her up. This is the same as yesterday. Yesterday, she was literally leaning. Oh, dude. She's savoring it. Oh, God. I ain't fucking with that ghost dog. Shit's fucked. I agree. It's messed up. She's ghost dog. All right, let's fucking skip this video, the rest of this video.
We begin this hour with the worldwide impact of the war with Iran. The U.S. and Israel continue to strike new targets throughout Iran, and that country's most powerful ally, China, is calling for peace talks. China is by far the biggest buyer of Iranian oil, so it has a financial interest in ending the war as well. This all comes ahead of a summit between President Trump and President Xi Jinping later this month. Anna Corin is in Beijing. Anna, good morning.
Okay, please.
Good morning, Adriana. That's right. China is sending a special envoy to the Middle East in the hope of trying to de-escalate tensions. But when President Trump arrives here in Beijing in just over 3...
Anti-missile ships launched against Abe Lincoln. Moment the Iranian Navy launched anti-ship cruise missiles at the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. Unknown date. First attack claimed was with anti-ship ballistic missiles by the IRGC. Second attack claim was with drones by the IRGC again, likely a Qadar 380. I mean, I don't know. We have to see.
weeks, energy security will certainly be top of the agenda for President Xi. Under bleak winter skies, thousands of delegates arrived in Beijing for one of the most important dates in China's political calendar, the National People's Congress. But overshadowing proceedings, seismic events about 3,500 miles away, as the war in Iran continues with no end in sight.
Are you concerned about the war in Iran and how it will affect China? Do you think that this is part of President Trump's plan to contain China?
The US-led war on Iran has exposed China's Achilles heel, its reliance on oil and natural gas from the Persian Gulf. China is the largest importer of energy in the world and buys nearly all of Iran's sanctioned oil. Right now, its energy supply line has been severely disrupted. China is also one of Iran's closest allies. Inside the Great Hall of the People, Chinese leader Xi Jinping watched on as the Premier delivered the annual report and his country unveiled its new 5-year plan focusing on becoming technologically self-reliant.
Well, the 5-year plan is critical in setting out China's strategy. The outcome of the war in the Middle East could have a much larger impact on the long-term future of China's economy.
Facing a growing rivalry with the US, China is continuing to spend on defence and is aiming for global supremacy in selected areas of technology, including AI and quantum computing, Beijing's own vision for the future.
Now, China is doing everything it can to shore up its stockpile of oil. But look, there could be benefits for China if this is a protracted conflict. If the US is draining all its resources.
Wait a minute. I thought this was really bad for China. What? But all the OSINT guys are telling me this is really bad for China. China gonna learn why we don't have health care. You know, what happened? What the fuck happened?
Its military hardware, and also then losing focus on its greatest power rival. It could, in fact, benefit China. Vlad.
Yeah, Anna, we've just all been saying how critical this piece of what's happening in the Middle East is, the China angle, which you've been covering. And I know it's not easy to cover the news from Beijing. So thank you very much.
And also so great for Anna to be at the National People's.
I know it's really hard to cover from Beijing. Yeah, she's having a really hard time in Beijing. It's so bad. It's so bad for her. Her steak too juicy, her lobster too buttery in Beijing. Oh no.
Congress, Anna, as I know you know, I used to be based in Beijing, so I remember sitting almost in that exact same seat there. And they have representatives from all over the country. It really is a diverse country, but it's largely symbolic because the power really is centralized at the top.
The question is, when do they come to the table and start to say this is really hurting our economy to the United States? What is the end game here?
Well, and, you know, as you heard, a less than 5% growth target. We haven't seen that from them. Then you have to pay for more expensive oil. It's going to put a crunch on them.
Yep, it's going to hurt. All right, Anna Korn in Beijing, as always, we thank you very much.
Oh, this part of the story, you know, I gotta flex a little bit, okay? The other side of the story is, of course, the Trump side. Okay? Trump also sees the same reports that we're seeing, right? Probably a much better assessment of how things are going. And yet, it's interesting the way he's trying to, the way he's trying to communicate, like, who's on the winning side here. And part of that has been for Trump consistently claiming that Iran is desperate for a negotiation, with the Iranian government over and over again repeatedly saying in American news, that's not the case at all. I don't know where the fuck you're getting that from. And then I think some of you are silly. Yes, this will hurt. This will hurt for Chinese. The oil supply is tanking and the oil price is skyrocketing, similarly to how it hurts us, but we're less dependent on Gulf energy. It is bad for China's economy, but good for Chinese military interests. Yes, I'm talking about the broader picture here, because at the end of the day, while it will have an impact on the Chinese economy, obviously, if it didn't have an impact, they wouldn't have fucking immediately sent their envoy to the region, immediately trying to come to a reasonable conclusion. And that conclusion is most likely going to lead to all the ships in the Strait of Hormuz saying that they're Chinese in order to get passage clearance through the Strait of Hormuz. But it doesn't even matter, because once the reserves are gone, if this continues and the reserves are depleted, then it's fucking major crisis time. I don't know what the actual runway is, but I suspect what was the previous guy on Sky News saying? Like, they got like 30 days maximum, and it will still obviously increase the price regardless. Crisis management. Yeah, it's been wonderful seeing, like, this hurts America more than it hurts China, because America's entire worth to the planet is its hegemonic power status. And if America cannot force project, be everywhere all at once, and deliver the mighty blows that it is capable of delivering all the goddamn time, then all of a sudden, what good is allowing American military bases in your country if America can't fucking defend you? I'm telling you, all of the assessments, and I've been talking to a lot of fucking people, okay? I've been talking to a lot of people that talk to the people in the Gulf. The assessment there is very different than what you're hearing in the Western world, in Western media. I promise you. Their attitude here isn't, oh my God, Iran is fucking pummeling us. Fuck those guys. We have to double down on our support for America. It's the exact opposite. And people don't want to fucking hear it. If you are an oil-rich region, if you're an oil-rich nation, and you have unlimited funds, and you have dumped billions of dollars into American partnerships, you have allowed America to have military bases in your country, and those military bases have turned into missile sponges when America is not even remotely interested in defending you because the guys at the fucking top are too busy eating Israel's dick. What do you think those people are going to do going forward? If you thought the Europeans were vassals when Donald Trump said we're going to invade Greenland and we're going to militarily annex it, and there was a real shift in the middle powers, trust me, you have no idea where the fuck the Gulf is going to go after this, okay? Because at the end of the day, the Gulf does have power. They have oil, okay? This is a mutually beneficial relationship until it's not. Okay? They have the oil. If they can get better security assurances from Russia or China, all of a sudden, if Russia and China showcase stability, specifically China is capable of showing stability in the region, creating real long-lasting stability in the region, why the fuck would they be dogs to America when America is run by a bunch of psychos who literally only care about going along with whatever Israel's ambition is? It's JD Pondam, baby. Long-term consequences of this will be felt for American superiority. Long-term consequences of this are unfolding in real time, in broad daylight, and Americans are hopped up on fucking copium. They literally think this is fine. Everything is good. It's business as usual. It's going to continue going the way it's been going. You're wrong. You're not seeing, you're missing the fucking forest for the trees. You are not seeing exactly how these guys are thinking. You are refusing to reckon with that. I'm not being smarmy. I just think it's really silly whenever someone comes up about an issue China is facing. Everyone just denies, even when the Chinese themselves say there's an issue. Not everything is a contest. In the short term, considering that the overwhelming majority of the energy that China gets and the Asian countries get, Asian partners, by the way, outside of China, Asian partners of America outside of China, get their oil from the Strait of Hormuz. This act is not going to hurt America's energy production capabilities as hard as it hurts China, but any kind of manufacturing problem for China is going to be felt by America as well. America is stuck. They have to put an end to this conflict that they fucking started at the behest of Israel. So anything that hurts China hurts America tenfold no matter what. It hurts America with the long-term consequences that America will face in terms of all of their allegiance in the Gulf, but it hurts America in the short term as well. Every single Asian country would be hurt by this. If you say that it isn't true, they're prepped for all this. You're not thinking 40 to 50% of the comes from the Gulf. It's not shitting on China to agree with the Chinese government that this will cause a problem. Oh my God. The argument isn't that this is going to hurt China in the short term. The argument is that anything that hurts China in the short term hurts America way worse, also in the short term. Anything that hurts China in the short term is still far more consequential for America in the long term. That's the argument that I'm making. Hassan, man, I'm not talking to you.
As America and Israel continue their aerial assault on Iran, the Shia faithful gathered for Friday prayers outside the Grand Mosque in Tehran. A huge turnout, some draped in the regime flag. Late leader's message of death to America.
It's kind of crazy that the only article that fucking literally says the truth on this matter came from the one Financial Times report, by the way. It's wild that the entirety of the Western media is running on fucking fumes, copium fumes. They're overdosing on copium. Every article after article, the Economist, Wall Street Journal, the Gulf is really mad at Iran. They want to punish Iran harder. They want to do more. They want to do more to fucking help America. They're doing secret backdoor deals with America. They're demanding America nuke Iran. Bullshit. Are they mad at Iran? Yes. Are they more mad at America? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? You'll see. You'll fucking see. This is a piece from the Financial Times exclusive. The official said 3 of the 4 big Gulf economies, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Qatar, had jointly discussed the strains being put on their budget and their economies, but they declined to name the states. A number of Gulf countries have begun an internal review to determine whether force majeure clauses can be invoked in current contracts, while also reviewing current and future investment commitments in order to alleviate some of the anticipated economic strain from the current war. That is a nicety. The way they're talking about this, the way that this article is talking about the situation, is the nicest way to present it. Okay? It's the nicest way to present the threat. Oh, this is impacting our economy. That's why I want to pull out. The reality behind closed doors is they want to fucking pull out because America's not defending them. You cannot keep treating these countries that are oil rich as purely expendable American missile sponges at the behest of Israel. You are definitely not correct on this. You are not considering how disgustingly capitalist the Gulf states are. What are you talking about? It's not communism. It's not communism to think, oh, I've given America billions of fucking dollars. America uses me like a fucking fleshlight. And then it turns around and says, sorry, Israel wanted to blow up the major fucking regional sovereign country. And we're not going to defend you. It's literally capitalist. They are protecting their capital. They're not going to ally with China. You think countries that ally with China are communist? Are you fucking... Oh, God, it's the Turkish chatter again. Can you point to the communist countries around the world in general, let alone the communist countries that are aligning with China due to communism? How many fucking communist countries exist? How many trade partnerships does China have? Are you fucking stupid? The answer is yes, you are stupid. Yeah. When Canada wanted to leverage their relationship with America by creating more economic opportunities and more bilateral trade negotiations with China, they became communist overnight. It was Marx Carney that did that. Anyway, a number of Gulf countries have begun an internal review. They added the move was precautionary measure that was the result of the budget strains these countries are facing due to reduced income from energy, due to the slowdown in output or the inability to ship, and from the tourism and aviation sectors, in addition to the increase in defense spending. An advisor to a Gulf government said the prospect of an investment review by wealthy states had caught the White House's attention. They manage some of the world's largest and most active sovereign wealth funds, and Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar last year pledged to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in the U.S. after President Donald Trump visited the region. They are also big backers of sporting events around the world and have all been investing heavily domestically to develop their nations and diversify their economies. Any move that affects investments in the U.S. or other Western states may raise the pressure on Trump to seek a diplomatic strategy to bring the war to an end. The oil-rich Gulf states have been dragged into the conflict in the U.S. and Israel, into the conflict that the U.S. and Israel launched against Iran, with Tehran unleashing a ferocious response against Washington's regional allies. The war has caused shipping traffic to slow to a halt through the Strait of Hormuz, the crucial waterway through which a fifth of the world's oil and gas passes, with at least 10 tankers being struck in the Gulf. If America were to turn around and go, oh, well, we're energy independent, we don't give a fuck about the Strait of Hormuz, what do you think that makes them think? Like, think for a second. America just says, sorry, fuck off. You're just a missile sponge and you're going to sit there and you're like it and you're going to give us more money. That's not going to happen. The money only flows. The trade negotiations only happen if American military bases create stability and not instability. If American military bases create protection and not turn these countries into fucking missile sponges. That's it. And anyone that is remotely competent could have seen the writing on the wall. I am a 34-year-old American Turkish citizen with some degree of education in this field, right? With a lot of experience doing political commentary. However, I'm on the outside. I don't talk to as many analysts as the American government has at its disposal. So if I could see this from a fucking mile away, as I've been talking about over and over again for the past couple of weeks when the buildup of the Armada was taking place, you think the American government is incapable of seeing this? No, they are capable of seeing this. The problem is at the top, the commander-in-chief is directly letting Israel do whatever the fuck they want. And he's dumb enough to get duped. Or maybe he's a pedophile that's being blackmailed. I don't know, but it doesn't really matter because the outcome is the same. Do you understand? Like, there are people who are like, oh, no, it's because, like, the Epstein blackmail, Mossad blackmail, he's a pedophile who's blackmailed. Sure, fine. Maybe that's the reason. Or maybe he's a fucking moron who doesn't really trust Benjamin Netanyahu that much, but even then, he's a little bit of a Philo-Semite who thinks that, like, Israelis have special Jewish hypnosis powers and special Jewish espionage capabilities. And he literally has that, like, 67 mindset that a lot of fucking boomers have, where they think, like, Israel is literally, like, the most powerful tool of espionage that has ever fucking existed. And Benjamin Netanyahu can just be like, no, you will be seen as a fucking legend. You killed the Ayatollah and everything is going to be good. And now he's just in this quagmire, just stuck. And he can't fucking pull out. If this goes on too long, this may change the calculus for Gulf states about fitting into the U.S. security arrangement, kind of like when Israel bombed Qatar to show them the limits. You're already starting to see the shifts, like Saudi making a defense pact with Pakistan and Turkey. The U.S. protection is not what they believed it was. Exactly. That's it. This is the sort of thing that Trump cares. Oh, also, this is the other side of this. And I do think that the best possible outcome of this will be Donald Trump, the number one dick rider of Israel outside of Brandon, right? Finally cutting Israel out of the equation, because he is nutty enough to possibly rip apart 80 years of our most important allegiance in the fucking region. He is crazy enough that if he feels the panic, and if he feels the fires under his ass, if he feels the heat set in, he could literally say, you know what? I've realized these Jews, they're not reliable. They did it, not me. And just go fuck them. Straight up. Unleashing the biggest wave of anti-Semitism since, Nazi Germany, for the record. This is the only thing that Trump deeply cares about. Mark Ames is right. Losing sovereign wealth fund flows. Not working class American grunts who get pulverized by missiles because they were left undefended. Trump's presidency is unraveling at warp speed for Israel like a hypersonic Brandon. So the only thing, the only positive outcome out of all of this would be that. America cutting Israel loose. Like America cutting Israel out of the equation completely. At least for the time being, at least for the interim, saying, nope, we're done. You're out. Because right now, this is not going to cut it. Okay? Trump administration announcing a $20 billion reinsurance program aimed at reviving shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Not going to cut it. Because the other countries, the other shipping magnates don't believe this. Okay? It's not the insurance. First of all, $20 billion is going to melt. That's 20 billion additional dollars that are coming out of your tax coffers that's going to this fucking idiotic equation. $1 billion in operational costs every single day. $8 billion worth of damage thus far. I think the most conservative estimate is like around 6 or 7 billion. But again, on top of that, we're on the 7th day, $1 billion a day. Then you add another fucking $20 billion that is going to light on fucking fire the first time a Shahed drone swarm destroys one of these fucking tankers. He's literally lighting more piles of money on fire right now in order to continue this idiotic campaign. It's insanely cheap for Iran to continue doing this as opposed to how much money America is wasting here. Okay? It's ridiculous. It is utterly ridiculous. At some point, he's going to have to read the writing on the wall and cut Israel out of the equation. That's the only way out of this quagmire. That is the only way out. Either we just keep printing money at the behest of Israel and America collapses, the global economy collapses, America collapses, we go up the escalation ladder and engage with boots on the ground, which will also lead to a complete devastation. Okay? Or at some point, he's going to get too many fucking phone calls and the panic is going to set in and he's going to say, all right, we're cutting Israel out. We're doing a negotiation. We're really sorry. We will do whatever you want. IRGC #1, America #2. At that point, you better hope that Ali Larjani or whoever is in fucking charge is willing to come to the fucking negotiation table. God knows what happens after that. He's too stubborn for that. Well, okay, the escalation ladder is boots on the ground or a fucking nuke. So, you know, either the entire world ends or the American empire ends completely, or the American empire gets a lifeline for, you know, another couple decades as Donald Trump is whipped around a little bit and has to eat it. And he has eaten it in the past. He's eaten it with the Houthis. Remember? It's Taco Trump. Like, we think Donald Trump is stubborn, but Donald Trump also does respond to capital pressure. Okay? So I don't know which way he goes. Ironically enough, another way that China wins big here also is that this accelerates the timeline for energy independence with renewables. There's also that. It already happened in Cuba by design, due to the fucking blockade, due to the oil sanctions that have improved the Cuban solar infrastructure directly coming from China. If I'm Japan, I'm flying to fucking China right now saying, I'm so sorry, Taiwan is yours. Give me every solar panel you possibly can. He responds to capital pressure, and also he's quite honest in how much he loves making deals. Yeah, that's another way that China is winning big here as well. Because remember, oil dependence is slowing down the renewable energy boom. America has been very open about how they want to roll back the renewable timeline to the best of their ability. That's all they fucking talked about at Davos. If you remember, that's all they talked about. Why would you do renewables? Are you fucking stupid? That's China. You're going to become Chinese. We don't want you to become Chinese. We got oil. You don't have the capabilities of developing batteries. You got to get it from China. You're going to have an over-reliance on China. You should have an over-reliance on us. Why? Because we have the GCC on our side. We control OPEC. Well, if you don't control OPEC any longer, and on top of that, the world realizes that the only way out of this fucking crisis is by accelerating the reliance they have on China, by moving in the direction of renewable energies, all of a sudden, ironically enough, the IRGC is moving in the direction of a green revolution as well. So again, this accelerates the timeline for Chinese energy dominance, because energy independence, moving away from the petrodollar, moving away from American hegemony, is tremendously beneficial for China. It's not do nothing win. China is doing things all the fucking time. That's like super long-term stuff, though. I'm talking about in the interim. In the short term, we're just literally taking shovels of money and throwing it into this massive fucking massive oven, okay? And lighting it on fire because we want to continue the Israeli campaign on Iran. All Iran has to do is wait it out. If this goes on longer, I wonder if it could be as geopolitically impactful as the 1973 oil embargo, one of the biggest events in modern geopolitics. Again, it's entirely dependent on just sitting around and fucking waiting. Because what is Trump going to do? Implement the DPA in America? Change the American factories into a full war economy? Force them to start building more munitions rapidly? What's the timeline on that? How long will that take? You are not going to be able to feed back into the defense fast enough as the munitions are diminishing, as the capabilities that the Gulf states have are gone for defense. America literally cannot defend them. And even with Israel, like, you need so much more production instantly. Like, are we really going to do World War II style industrial boom in order to defend Israel? Is it going to be successful? I don't think so. We don't have the timeline for that. New reports are they might unsanction some Russian imports. Of course they're going to. This has been incredibly beneficial for Russia as well. Bro, you're making me wish Obama invaded Iran. The future sounds incredible. I mean, we live in America. It's not going to be good for us in the short term. Let's be real. What if we just keep attacking everyone? Well, eventually you're going to run out of fucking weapons. Brother, that's not the super long term. The moment FF stop being subsidized is over for them. Renewables are more economically viable, setting aside their biophysical necessity. When mass die-off events occur from this, with this coming super El Nino in like 2027 or 2028, more radical factions will emerge who destroy fossil infrastructure using stochastic terror. I mean, I'm not even talking about that side. I mean, that's insane, I think. I mean, who knows? I don't know. I'm not going to fucking try to predict like weather events that will be catastrophic for the entire planet. I have no idea. Like, oh yeah, if there's a fucking super El Nino, then the world will collapse. Yeah, no shit. Okay, that's like saying if Yellowstone is triggered or something. You know what I mean? Okay. I don't know the likelihood of what you're describing is. I have no idea. Isn't it extremely dangerous to decouple from a nuclear armed partner in the middle of a war? This might corner Israel into the Samson option, right? There's always that problem, but the nuclear option is everything is over. You know, at that point, everything is fucking over. So I guess we all die because we decided that a bunch of fucking sociopathic fascists needed to get a nuclear weapon. And then we gave them, you know, maximum leniency in terms of waging war all around the fucking region. At that point, we kind of deserve it. If Israel takes out the entire planet, Israel doesn't have any nukes. Sure. Oh, you're being sarcastic. Got it. Seriously, the more I learn about this war, the more I'm confused why they started it. If you're not invading with ground troops and not going for full regime change, what are they hoping to achieve here? A bunch of bombs every day and oil hitting 120 by the end of the March? Brother, there's a reason why they didn't go in with fucking boots on the ground, okay? It's not what you think it is. If you're confused, well, here's one thing, okay? Number one, Israel is insane. Number two, America is letting Israel run the show. Once you figure that out, it makes a lot more sense because all of the other things that you're mentioning are correct. It helps nobody. This is just insane. It's just a way for Israel to eradicate the one fucking country in the region that is showing exactly why Israel wanted to eradicate it. But it's like saying, why did the Nazis fucking try to invade Moscow in the middle of the winter? They're psychotic. It's a fucking death cult. Fascism is a suicidal ideology. They're fucking insane. And I hate this kind of analysis normally. I hate this kind of analysis. I've never done it. I didn't do it with Vladimir Putin, and where I was like, these guys are rational actors. There's no way they would do it. And I was wrong with Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, which ironically enough also accelerated the timeline of American demise. But that's besides the point. I'm not going to get into that right now. But what I'm saying is sometimes people are fucking insane. Fascists are insane. Israel is a fascist country. 90% of Israeli society loves the Iranian attacks right now. 90%. It doesn't even help Israel. Don't they use the oil too? What, you think Israel's getting oil from the fucking Strait of Hormuz? No, they're getting oil from Azerbaijan. Lazy take. Oh, wait, hold on. Did Trump talk about the DPA? We just concluded a very good meeting with the largest U.S. defense manufacturing companies where we discussed production and production schedules. They have agreed to quadruple production of the exquisite class weaponry in that we want to reach as rapidly as possible the highest levels of quantity. Expansion began 3 months prior to the meeting, and plants and production of many of these weapons are already underway. We have virtually unlimited supply of medium and upper medium grade munitions, which we are using as an example in Iran and recently used in Venezuela. Regardless, however, we have also increased orders at these levels. The companies represented were the CEOs of BAE Systems, Boeing, Honeywell Aerospace, L3 Harris Missile Solutions, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon. The meeting concluded with another meeting scheduled in 2 months. States all over the country are bidding for these new plants. You're so stupid. First of all, what good does that do if the stocks are depleted far before those plants start running? Like, Not even built, by the way. What good does that do if the price of a fucking oil barrel is $150 by the end of the month? It's so fucking stupid. No, there's no way. This is like the climbing up the escalation ladder is idiotic in this situation. Because while America has built its entire economy around wars of attrition, forever wars, and all this stuff, there is a point where it becomes unsustainable for every single ally that America has. We've already reached that point in the GCC, in my opinion. And at the domestic level, Donald Trump has domestic considerations, right? One of the main points that he always says against inflation is oil prices. Oh, the price of gas at the pump is so low. It's so low. It's $1. It's $2. Okay, bitch. What's going to happen when it's $10? You fucking idiot. I mean, I guess he can just like tell the American producers something that Brandon was never able to do, which is, produce more, I guess. Try to keep the prices as stable as possible, even though the American oil producers are going to be like, what the fuck? This is great for us. I don't give a shit. Also, the other side of the story that is, once again, going back to China, the other side of the story that's idiotic is China at some point could just, talk about export controls once again. And when the conversation gets to export controls on the Chinese side, there is no more production. Okay? Because as it stands currently, every single one of the companies that they mentioned and every single piece of the munitions that they're talking about still heavily relies on rare earth minerals that come from China. If China says, yo, you're doing too much war, man, in order to create stability, we have to put a stop to this war. And the best way to put a stop to this war, unfortunately, is by, limiting the quantities of rare earth minerals that you're getting. What do you build at that point? Earth! I live in Michigan. Gas was $2.99 last weekend. This morning it was $3.29. This afternoon it was $3.59. What a lot of people don't factor into this equation is that, like, it takes time. It takes time to build these fucking munitions. It takes time to re-up the supply. It takes time to build the factory. It takes time to increase the manufacturing output. The American economy has been so bloated for the longest fucking time. Like, sure, we build the weapons. We're still good at that's the one thing that we're good at, which is like building weapons, building munitions, shit like that. Well, some of the weapons. I mean, we were not very good at artillery production, so we had to like increase that for Ukraine. And that also obviously takes fucking time. So in the interim, we went to South Korea and we were like, can we get your artillery? And then North Korea was delivering artillery shells to Russia. And South Korea was giving artillery shells to Ukraine. That's how fucking stupid war is in general. But you can't outrun economic collapse, especially when there's a lot of domestic pressures. But once again, I described all of this in great detail for the past month or so. So if I could see it, how the fuck was Trump incapable is the question you should be asking yourself. But what I did not foresee was how much success early on Iran would actually have. I will admit, I genuinely thought coming into this that America had more defensive capabilities. I did not think that that Iran would be able to overwhelm the Gulf nations instantly. Okay, that was a massive blow to the confidence that I think everyone had in American force projection capabilities. The $2 billion per day estimate in the news for this war looks comically underpriced. There's still the $20 billion bailout for oil tanker insurance, the untold cost of replacing the radar systems destroyed by Iranian drones, the eventual boost in VA benefits, etc. Oh, I will say, I don't think we're replacing those. I think every single radar system that was destroyed in this war will never be replaced. You can bet on it. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think any of those radar systems are ever going to be replaced. I think they're gone for good. Why? Because I think America is going to collapse if Donald Trump doesn't fucking pull back out of this. That's why. And not even because like the GCC is not going to allow those radar systems to exist on their soil. That's not what I'm saying. Getting out of this, even in the best case scenario where America retreats, getting out of this, America's capabilities will be severely diminished. Okay? And it's so funny to see a lot of people running around being like, oh, I bet you're fucking mad that the Ayatollah got killed. Stupid. America fucking showing our long dicks to the rest of the world. Hoorah. I saw someone circulating a analysis paper from like some Chinese guy. I don't even know. I didn't even like look further into it, but like that was going viral in like the hoorah pro-America dipshit Twitter, where it was like some Chinese guy was saying like, you know, as long as the America's the war waging capabilities are entirely determined on their willingness to deal devastating blows or something, and they were like jerking themselves off, being like, yeah, the only thing holding us back is these fucking pussies at home, bro. Which also obviously corresponds to the Pete Hegseth narrative, right? The Pete Hegseth narrative, which is the the wokeness was holding us back this whole time. Hold me back, bro. We were fucking being too politically correct in Vietnam. Really? We were being politically correct in Afghanistan? We were being woke when we were doing Afghanistan? We were doing Iraq? That's what was holding us back, you fucking idiot? There is this like insane cope that you hear from American military might Andes, this unimaginable fucking cope. The idea that the thing that stopped us in Vietnam was actually the anti-war initiatives back home. Okay? That like, and you see different versions of this in throughout American history. Okay? You see different versions of this cope where, hello. Oh, God. Look at this. Stop. No more trees. No more trees. Hello. I love you. I love you so much. But you can't come over here and get a treat every time you feel like it, okay? We can't spoil you that hard. I'm sorry. Look at this. Look at it. She's look at it. She's like, if I what? 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 What, you baby? You big baby. As I was saying, there's this cope from Vietnam. You might have heard the stories of like America refusing to, like the American Air Force, like refusing to bomb certain areas and shit, like, or what is it? What the fuck was it? There was this like classic take from Vietnam where they claimed that like the American Air Force was not allowed to like blow up Vietnamese planes or something. I think that's what it was. What are you doing? Where are you going? Okay. All right, bye. Bye. Bye-bye. What is this? Dolchstoß Legende? Every major military nation develops this after a defeat. I think you're also coping. Coping on what? Manpower is a huge factor. Okay, dude, we believe you. You're not shocking her. I am shocking her. All the time. It's the dog that I killed, yes. I can't... I want to find the thing that I'm looking for.
Something interesting that comes up a lot more than you might think when studying the Vietnam War is the concept of fragging. Put simply, fragging is when a soldier or a group of soldiers decides to kill the guy in charge of them. What they'd oftentimes do is take him out into the woods, pull the pin on a grenade, roll it near him, and then just let it do its thing. There were a lot of reasons for fragging, right? One of the big ones was if a unit leader would consistently put their unit in really risky situations or work them too hard, disregarding their lives to chase like objectives or body counts or things like this. And fragging was more than just an action in the moment. It was a threat against every officer, against every single man in the chain of command, a threat that said you can only push the people under you so hard before you put your own life at risk. Now, in the Vietnamese context, fragging is very interesting because you had soldiers who went through basic training, essentially learning day in and day out that Vietnamese people are subhuman, that they're not really people at all, and that it is ultimately okay to kill them. That was really the hallmark of U.S. training in Vietnam. And you can see in situations like the My Lai massacre and countless other massacres that occurred throughout Vietnam during the war, during the invasion, that realistically that training worked. But if nothing else, soldiers were unwilling to take risks that might stop them from being able to return home. And thus you saw the murder, the calculated murder of officers throughout the U.S. military. But why am I talking about this? Well, it's interesting to me that given all of the dehumanizing training and rhetoric, that U.S. soldiers, if for nothing else than self-preservation, were still willing to frag their officers when they committed egregious actions. Right? And yet simultaneously in the Israeli context, we really just haven't seen that happen. When Israelis are going into Gaza, even when they are dying, even when they are being killed in these risky operations that are putting them directly in the line of fire, they're not turning on their officers, seemingly, right? At least we don't really have any reports of it. Rather, they're continuing their genocidal activity. They're doing everything they can.
This isn't Tim Pool. This is Tim Cool. Speaking of Israel, impact on Tel Aviv. Confirmed impact somewhere around Tel Aviv and loss of interceptors. Oh, that's the story. That's the cope I was looking at. The story is that they couldn't bomb planes on the runway, so some guy would kind of land, touch, and go to stir up the hornet's nest or some shit. Heard it a million times from my grandpa. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, U.S. pilots were forbidden from bombing the NV MiG airfields because they didn't want to kill Soviet/Chinese advisors. Yes. That's the other one. Yes. Rolling Thunder being constrained. That's the cope. Like we were holding ourselves back because America was too afraid to go hard enough. Every single conflict that America is engaged in that has turned into a massive fucking failure has this kind of like myth-making cope. Every single one. In Korea, we didn't fucking use nukes. We could have used nukes, but we didn't use them, and that's like, we didn't go hard enough in fucking North Korea. We didn't like pummel them further. In Vietnam, we didn't go hard enough. We didn't do enough war crimes. And obviously, that's all fucking bullshit. And they say the same thing about every single previous war that ends up with spectacular fucking failure. Okay? And it's funny that Hegseth is doing that ahead of time. Okay? Or rather, speaking about that and saying those setbacks no longer exist. Those setbacks no longer exist. And now they're going to suck our dicks. Okay? They're going to suck our dicks. We're going to go super hard this time. We're going to show the world. We're going to shock the world with how hard we're fucking everybody else. Okay? It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. It's leaning into like pure military cope. The idea the idea that like America has this like forced projection power and the only thing holding it back is woke is fucking ridiculous, especially when you look at everything that America has done in all of those different wars. You look at Vietnam, you're like, oh, we wokely were using fucking Agent Orange. We were so woke that we did the My Lai massacre. And that's the only reported incident. It's famous because of all of the reporting due to the brilliant work of Seymour Hersh and numerous others. But like that happened a lot more than just the My Lai massacre. We were wokely bombing fucking Cambodia into oblivion. We were wokely doing Abu Ghraib. It's fucking bullshit. We were not woke at all in any of those wars, and we still lost, okay? It's bullshit. It's cope. And that's precisely what's going on here. Yeah, Laos as well, obviously. This is the 6th attack on Tel Aviv today. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Majid Takhtravanchi on Friday said European countries that join attacks against Iran will be legitimate targets for Tehran. What is cope? Cope is the idea that America is holding itself back right now, especially. Is the Iron Dome entirely depleted? No, but it is diminished because Iran has been able to successfully close its eyes and ears in the region. There is a network of radars that are all around the region in all of these Gulf states that have American military bases with radar facilities, advanced early warning systems. Iran has been steadily destroying them piece by piece. Okay? And when Iran destroys them, it actually diminishes the interception capabilities that the Israeli defenses have. And therefore, they have a much higher hit rate for their missiles when they do lob them. Now that that network is diminished dramatically, which again is another fucking major misstep by the Trump administration that thought that they could just like get away with using the GCC as like bullet sponges, and then things will be fine. Not realizing that like you're also, if your highest priority here is to defend Israel unconditionally as Israel wages war, you're still diminishing Israel's capabilities of defending itself when you let go of defending the Gulf. The very fact that that calculation had to happen is already a clear-cut sign that American force projection capabilities are nowhere near where we thought they were. If having an American military base on your soil doesn't actually offer you the protection that you thought it did, then why the fuck do you have an American military base on your soil? Do you think that all military members should die just like Frogan does? That's not what Frogan thinks. That's not what I think either, but I don't think you care about either of our opinion. I think you just wanted to come in here and stir shit up. If I wanted American soldiers to die, I would be super in favor of this war. I'd be like, oh, hell yeah. Let's go, baby. Oh, America, go invade. America, let's invade Iran, baby. Let's go. That's what I would tell you. Israel, tiny nation. Israel, our greatest ally. You know? That's what I'd be saying.
The Russians are helping Iran target and attack Americans now.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here. I mean, but can I be honest? It's just, I have a lot of respect for you. You've always been very nice to me. What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else. Can we keep this maybe a little?
He's mad as fuck, bro. Hey, yo. Oh, shit. Oh, god damn. It's like, this is buttery bread for me. Oh my God. Seeing him so butthurt and so mad, just in a panic fucking state. Victim of his own initiatives, by the way. Oh my God.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. I'm gonna come.
His own hubris. Oh, it's so fucking good. The question was, what do you think about Russia cooperating with Iran or something? And he's like, why are you talking about that? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, my God. What is this? You can tell he desperately wants a taco, but doesn't quite know how this time. Go back to the days after the tariffs chart reveal and see how he spoke about not backing down for days on end before finally relenting. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out. What is he? How does he get out of this one, boys? You know what the funniest part about this is, by the way? And this is, not as significant of a factor here, but we do have to live with these fucking morons. 84% of Republicans love this. I can't stress this enough. We are living with some of the dumbest cattle of all time, okay? We have to share space with some of the stupidest motherfuckers you've ever encountered. Before the Iranian strikes, the appetite for Iranian strikes was at, I don't know, like what, 30% in the base or something? Post-Iranian strikes, now it's at 84%. Just remember that little piece of information when you encounter individuals who keep telling you like, no, we're gonna win these guys over by being reasonable. We're gonna win these guys over by moderating to the center. You know, Just remember that.
No, Wolf, is who's next? Who's going to be the leader? He connected it to Venezuela, as we've now heard him do in the last couple of days. But I asked him, well, okay, but in Venezuela, you had Delcy Rodriguez, and he said she's doing a very good job. I said, well, would you be okay with a religious leader in Iran? And he said the answer is yes. It doesn't necessarily have to be a democratic leader in Iran. It just has to be somebody who treats the U.S. and Israel fairly, as well as people in the countries in the rest of the Middle East. Wolf. No, Wolf is who's next?
JD is going to inherit the shitstorm, and he'll have to negotiate it out with the UN. Oh, it's not getting to JD Vance, I don't think. BC exclusive. Trump has privately shown serious interest in U.S. ground troops in Iran. His comments have been focused on the idea of a small contingent of troops that could be used for specific purposes. Oh! It's over. It's over. It's done. It's done. It's so over. It's so done. Oh my fucking God. Yeah. Haviv Rettig-Gur, America went to war with Iran because Iran made itself a Chinese weapon. I explained in detail in my piece. Is this the free press? Okay. America didn't need to do this to invest so much in political capital and military firepower just to shore up second-run Israeli operation, nor is it reasonable. You have to be an idiot to believe this, says Sammy Gold. Haviv Rettig-Gur only exists to be a flunky for Hasbara, and even he is bad at it. The U.S. was actually focused on China's growing role in the Middle East. They would be instead trying to de-link Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states, ostensibly our close allies from good Chinese relations. Even if this were about Chinese influence, purposely depleting our munitions in the Pacific is pretty hazardous to that line. Yeah. Sammy is going on his own ideological journey right now. He still has that like NATO Atlantis' dog in him a little bit. That's why he's still talking about like depleting our Pacific munitions and stuff like that. It's over. It's done. It's over. It's done. Draft Barron, draft Asmongold, draft Lindsey Graham, draft Kai Trump or whatever the fuck her name is. The girl that was posting in front of the American helicopters. Send Burn Peanut to the front lines, okay? Draft Rape Tone. Send them all. Bro, after watching this, every Zoomer is going to want to be drafted.
Wake up, Daddy Son. Welcome home, son.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What will you do without freedom?
Mavericks inbound.
Can't conceive of what I'm capable of.
Finishing this fight.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
I am the danger.
Time to find out. Maximum effort.
Okay, when I see stuff like this, I do kind of feel I can't speak on what we deserve, but we are kind of getting it right now. You know what I mean?
Here it comes.
The White House posted this, bro.
Victory.
Oof. Oof. We can't even make good propaganda anymore. It's like all fucking slopaganda. It's just so ass. Everything is ass. Oh my God. Ugh. Oh, I need to bleach my eyeballs. Ay, ay, ay.
Trump.
I can't even fucking sit. I can't even sit in the glory of vindication too. Like I can't even sit here and be like, see, I fucking told you. Look at how it's unfolding. What a disaster this has been. Because I know what's coming next, and it's not going to be good for Americans either.
Unconditional surrender is when he, as commander-in-chief of the United States military and the leader of the free world, determines that Iran can no longer pose a threat to the United States of America and to our troops and our personnel in the Middle East. That is, again, the ultimate goal of Operation Epic Fury, to annihilate their Navy, to take out their ballistic missile threat, which we have largely done in the course of just 6 days, and then, of course, to ensure they can never obtain a nuclear weapon, to significantly weaken their proxies in the region that have killed and maimed hundreds of Americans throughout the years. We've seen the Houthis and Hezbollah have hardly put up a fight over the past 6 days. So we're already well on our way to achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. And when the president determines that Iran no longer poses that threat, that's when that unconditional surrender will take place. As for the next leader of Iran,
it's going so good. Things are going so well. Operation Fortnite Epic Chungus is fantastic. Operation Epstein's Fury It's going so good. You guys, you don't understand. We love burning through $8 billion worth of fucking radar systems in a matter of a week. Peppered with $10,000 drones. Just flying lawnmowers over and over and over again. Ballistic missiles every now and then, too. In between the barrage of Shahed drones. It's been so good for us. It's been so good. Guys, I know you think things are bad. But what if I were to tell you it's actually really good?
The president has said, of course, it's in the best interest of the United States to have a leader that is no longer chanting death to America, that is no longer conspiring behind our backs and lying to the American people and to our government about proliferating a nuclear weapon, which Iran has been doing for decades. It's unacceptable to the president. That's why he decided to launch this operation, and that's his goal, and it will continue to be moving forward.
Nah, it's fucking awesome. Things are going great, actually. Yusuf Munayar says, so in the first few days, the admin repeatedly lays out 4 goals, even though with various timelines. Now Leave It is cleaning up for Trump's post on unconditional surrender, which would be a new objective, so they have to dial it down. Shit show. It is a fucking shit show. Speaking of shit shows, Candace Owens, as a clandestine operator, I wanted to check in with Candace Owens to see what she has to say about the Iranian retaliation. Charlie Kirk was the first casualty of the war in Iran. Never forget what they did. Oh my God. Oh my God. By your logic, it's a waste of time. President Trump rules out ground action at Iranian soil. That was yesterday. Today's news is different. He's saying he's not ruling it out. He wants it to happen now. President Trump rules out ground action on Iranian soil. In an interview with NBC, the U.S. president referred to the possibility of ground action in Iran, dismissed it. It's a waste of time. They lost everything. They lost their fleet. They lost everything. They lost their fleet. They lost everything they could lose. I think he ended up saying the only thing they have that remains is their guts or something, which is, again, kind of a cool thing to say about your enemy. But Felix says, Operation You're the Real Drug Addict. Your ass should go to rehab and not me is coming to a close. Operation It Would Be Gay and Boring to Beat Your Ass and I Have Better Things to Do, such as have sex with adult women, is just beginning. Awesome. We're doing so good. So good.
America still ringing out in these streets loud and clear.
We will not give up this revolution. We will not give up the blood for our leader. Every single son of Iran is ready to fight America and Israel until victory, God willing.
In the skies above, Israeli warplanes in flight over Iran to strike what the pilot here calls targets of historic consequence. Taken out overnight by 50 Israeli jets, Ali Khamenei's underground military bunker, hidden deep beneath a residential area which the IDF said they'd ordered an evacuation of ahead of that strike. The Pentagon releasing video of further hits on Iranian targets, including this on an Iranian drone carrier. The real-life battle through the US crosshairs. This war is having terrible real-life consequences on multiple fronts across the Middle East. Hundreds of thousands displaced now in Lebanon and more than 200 killed. Huge plumes of smoke on the Beirut skyline as Israel continues to hammer Hezbollah targets. And Hezbollah hits back. 8 Israeli soldiers wounded, including the son of Israel's far-right finance minister, who not 24 hours earlier had said that parts of Beirut would soon look like Gaza.
We are striking the enemy, both at its leadership, its oppressive regime, and at various targets, including in Lebanon. First,
I keep seeing a lot of posts saying the IR shut down the internet in Iran. Is there a reason for this? I don't think they have, but maybe. I don't know. I mean, there's that, like, I only hear that from diaspora people, but I don't think that's the case. I think there's like electricity issues from time to time, but I'm pretty sure the internet is still around.
I'd like to extend my best wishes for a full and speedy recovery to our wounded, including the son of our friend.
Update from inside Iran is that since the internet is cut, Iran is completely unaware of anything going on outside and only hear bombs. Yeah, I mean, it could also be infrastructure damage as well, but I doubt it. We can't call our families. They have to call us via landline. Well, you wouldn't hear from people in Iran if it was out. Bro, it's cut off. What are you on about? Haven't talked to friends for a week. Oh no, the internet is shut down. Hassan, I can't talk to my family. Don't spread misinfo. I didn't know that. I think people have like periodic access. It could be Starlink too, though. I talked to a few people in Iran. Some people have been able to message me on Telegram for like 30 minutes per day. Starlink is banned there. No, it is, but people still use it. Updates. Net blocks is blocked 100%. Update. Best show Iran remains in digital darkness after 6 full days of under internet blackout with 1% connectivity at a 144-hour mark. Meanwhile, the regime continues to promote its agenda through whitelisted networks, cultivating media assets at home and abroad. My sister's fiance's family's in Iran. Yesterday was the first day they heard from them for like 4 days because no internet. My mistake, chatters. Every home has a satellite receiver. They're aware to the international media. Yeah, I think there are ways in which they're getting information. But I think they have like their means of communication over the internet is limited. An Iranian journalist in Iran struggles to connect to the internet, but CNN's journalist is filming and uploading footage with no issues. CNN uses satellite comms gear standard for war zones, BGN VSAT uplink to transmit, not Iran's public internet. This is not a gotcha moment. All major outlets in a war zone use satellite uplinks. Attacks on CNN for being on the ground in Iran right now is wild. Why? It's easy because the people who are super anti-regime and want like American and Israeli intervention don't like that there are people on the ground. What told you? What is this? Exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi says he accepted the role of Iran's transitional leader. Wait, what the fuck? This doesn't.
Republic has launched missiles at the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, Jordan, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia.
Bro, he doesn't have a popular base of support. Like, who gives a shit that he says he's... Who cares if he's accepted it? He's not... Okay, yeah, it's like... Juan Guaido had a better shot of being the transitional leader in Venezuela than this guy does in Iran.
Our Arab neighbors. These violations of their sovereignty are unacceptable, and we condemn them. But this is nothing new. This is who the Islamic Republic has always been, and this is why it must end. For nearly 5 decades, this terrorist regime has sown chaos and bloodshed across our region. It propped up Assad, turning Syria into a graveyard. It planted Hezbollah as a state within a state in Lebanon. It armed the Houthis to destabilize the Arabian Peninsula. It empowered militias in Iraq to undermine Iraqi sovereignty. It attacked the economic hubs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. None of this has ever been the desire of the Iranian people, but rather that of a regime occupying our country. Now, however,
Pahlavi announced today that he is leading a 1 million Shah march in Tehran and is getting Iranian expats on the buses to drive into Iran next week. Shut the fuck up. You're joking, right?
the landscape has fundamentally shifted. Assad is gone. Hezbollah has been decimated. The regime's military nuclear program has been set back. Its economy is in a free fall. The pillars of this regime's...
First of all, why is he saying this in English? Like, dog, why is this in English is the question you should be asking yourself. Like when an Israeli government official speaks in English versus speaking in Hebrew. Who's the audience for this? It's certainly not the Iranian people, right? Because if he was speaking to his, legion of fans inside of Iran right now, he'd probably be speaking in Farsi. This is for us. This is for the Americans. Did anybody offer it to him? After a long period of contemplation, I've decided to accept the position as Dakota Johnson's husband.
Aggression are crumbling. The Iranian people have paid the...
It's really funny that he's doing this for the American audience only a day after Donald Trump was like, yeah, I don't think Reza Pahlavi's going to be the guy. Like even the Donald Trump already hit him with the Maria Machado line where he was like, yeah, I don't think that's going to work. He's like, he's like, no, thank you, Mr. President Trump. Thank you very much. I will be the interim president of Iran. President Trump, thank you.
Price in blood to reach this moment. The regime massacred tens of thousands of my compatriots in just 2 days, but it didn't break the people. Instead, the regime itself is breaking. Today, history reminds us of our future potential. Before the revolution, Iran worked closely with Arab leaders, from King Faisal to Sheikh Zayed to King Hussein to President Sadat. In Oman, my father helped Sultan Qaboos defend his country against insurgency. We were true partners then. We will be true partners again. The Iranian people have called on me to lead the transition after the regime is gone. I have accepted that responsibility. Part of their great mandate to me is to return our nation and our foreign relations to normalcy. I will do exactly that. My commitment is to ensure the transition is orderly, the country is stabilized, and Iranians determine their future through the ballot box. We will not repeat the mistakes of past transitions. We will avoid de-Baathification scenarios and maintain as many bureaucrats and public servants in transition as possible. Iranians have made their choice at an enormous price. Now I ask our friends in the Arab world to join us, to prepare to recognize and engage our transitional government. We will rebuild our nation not for expansion, but to serve the Iranian people. We will base our diplomatic relations not on exportation of ideology, but on mutual respect and shared interest. We will reintegrate into the regional and global economy to increase.
Bro, I'm not kidding when I say this. I think Patrick Bet-David would have a better shot at least like getting Trump to think he would be a better interim leader for Iran. It's true. Like, I think if Patrick Bet-David sincerely went up to the president and was like, I think it's time. Like, I think it's time we valuetain the Iranian people. Donald Trump could be like, all right, you're better than this fucking guy. Interesting that if this message is for the Iranis, that he's not speaking Farsi, it's not for the Iranians. It's addressing the Iranians, but it's in English because it's for the American audience.
Increase prosperity for the citizens of all of our nations.
I don't like him, but is he not the best option to stopping Israel and America to stop bombing Iran? Bro, they're doing Democrat mindset. They're doing harm reduction Democrat mindset to fucking install the Shah in Iran. Thank you. Thank you, Chatter. That was awesome. I needed that. I fucking needed to hear that today. I'm glad you were here. I'm glad you exist. Motherfuckers at harm reduction. He's lib-maxing in the chat in ways that previously thought were impossible. This level of libbing the fuck out has never been seen before, especially considering that this would be militarily installing a puppet leader that doesn't have a popular base of support in this foreign country that we're fucking nuking right now. Hell yeah.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Chatter's gonna get to the point of the Iranian Revolution in his history book and be super shocked that we literally did that. We literally did that before. Hell yeah. It worked so well last time. That's why this guy lives in Maryland now. Oh, it's fucking, I can't even finish this. Who gives a shit? Fuck this guy. Yeah, let's take a look at what the opposition party is doing, by the way. Cory Booker getting intercepted by my goat, Medea Benjamin of Code Pink.
What do I do now? I mean, I don't like your position on Israel, but I assume that
It's so funny that when they see that pink outfit, this is every politician's nightmare, okay? Medea Benjamin, my queen. The speed walking goat, okay? Every politician sees her coming and shits their fucking pants. Every time. They're like, oh, here we go. That's another fucking clip. That's another clip.
In the case of Iran, you've got a good position. What did I do? Why? I thought Cory Booker was a public figure and liked to talk to the public.
You don't care about war, reckless war with our taxes and American style?
Have you been speaking out about the unprovoked war in Iran? I mean, I assume you're going to vote the right way, but we want you to speak out, Senator.
I have a real treat for you guys. I'm finally going to hang out with her on the trip to Cuba. I'm so excited. Yeah.
Creating chaos, havoc in the Middle East. And Cory Booker won't say a word about it. Senator Booker, you have to speak out. You see what's happening in Iran and the whole region?
Wow, such a cool guy.
Man, such a cool guy.
Great, how about you?
Such a cool guy, but won't say anything when we ask you about Iran? That is shameful.
Killed in schools.
No more spoilers? No, I'm gonna give you spoiler. I'm gonna give you spoilers all day, every day, baby. Don't even. Is this too on the nose? Israeli agent? Oh, yeah. Wesley Bell. Unseated Cory Bush. Democrat, by the way.
Congressman.
Again, dude, just fucking bought and sold, baby. That's how American politics works.
Missouri's 1st district, and I'm proud to stand with our Jewish brothers and sisters and support Israel, particularly in a time that has been very tumultuous. When we see what has happened in the last few years, I think it's even more apropos for us to stand with our friends and one of our greatest allies. And oftentimes what gets lost is that, yes, we support Israel, but Israel also supports us. So from our national security standpoint, Israel is a key strategic partner. And so it's important for us to stand with our friends. And I'm proud to be here standing with our Jewish brothers and sisters.
Yeah, he is. He's fucking not even like, he is barely sentient, dude. He is barely a fucking human being, okay? He is just a vehicle to deliver AIPAC talking points directly. That's the only reason they spent $30 million to get him elected, as opposed to Cory Bush, punishing Cory Bush for the crime of being, correct on the issue of Israel, but too early. Obviously, we're gonna unseat his bitch ass. He's done. He's over. In the midterms, I'm gonna be working with Cory Bush, and we're gonna be linking up and all that good stuff. So, but he is definitely done. It's over for him. Incredible. Yeah, Houthis already threatened the other countries, saying should Arab countries join the war, we will not leave Iran alone. Missouri thanks you greatly, of course. Dude, the Israeli army tried to do special forces landing in North Bekaa, far from the border. Yeah, there are reports that the occupation army special forces tried to make a landing in Bekaa and are now pinned down by Hezbollah. Hezbollah conducted 20 operations today and wounded over a dozen occupation soldiers. They are trying to actively go back into Lebanon, but the ATGMs that the Hezbollah has keep fucking lasering their tanks. And not only that, but I think one of the operations literally led to I suspect a minor injury for Bezalel Smotrich's very own son. So you know how I always say, like, oh, you know, draft insert politician's son. Well, Bezalel Smotrich's son is on Pack Watch, I think. Not sure if it's actually like significant. I'm not sure if it's serious, but there is that as well. Where is it? New from me. Senior reporter at Jewish Currents, Alex Kane. AIPAC is unequivocally backing Trump's war on Iran. The candidates they're backing in Illinois Democratic primaries, not so much. It's a sign of how unpopular the war is and the tightrope AIPAC and centrist Democrats are walking. The two-party ironclad pro-Israel consensus will be dead in the United States in the next 10 to 20 years. I think it's going to be dead in the next couple of years, by the way. You know, I'm working on it. Yeah, Jim Scudo says Russia is providing Iran with intelligence about the locations and movements for U.S. troops, ships, and aircraft. Say multiple people familiar with U.S. intel. The first indication that Moscow has sought to get involved in the war. Confirming WAPO. The U.S. Zachary Cohn on CNN says the U.S. also has intelligence suggesting China may be preparing to provide Iran with financial assistance, spare parts, and missile components. Multiple sources tell us. Though Beijing has stayed out of the war up until now, China relies heavily on Iranian oil and has reportedly been pressuring Tehran to allow safe passage for vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, I mean, they might have already been, you know, providing some strike targets. Who knows? Maybe it was the Iranian ingenuity that was able to figure out where American troops are staying, but let's hear what the Chinese foreign minister had to say when asked the question.
Do you have a question? Yes.
Sorry, I thought you were calling on someone else. Russia and China are supporting Iran politically and otherwise. This is a
the exact hotel rooms they just guessed, of course. No. Iran has surveillance capabilities. Iran has very good hackers. Handala is very good, right, at cyber warfare and stuff like that. So it could be Iran's own teams that have been able to pinpoint exactly where the U.S. military, like the troops that have, and the defense contractors and CIA operatives that have like left the bases or left the fucking left the embassy compounds and whatnot, like where they're staying, because like all of those. If you noticed, there has been some civilian casualties in the Gulf, but the numbers are fairly limited. And yet, they keep fucking striking, you know, hotels and whatnot. Why the fuck are there no one? Why is no one dead inside of those hotel strikes? Well, that's because the suspicion is that they're defense contractors that die or get severely injured in the process, and the American government is not revealing that information. The American government can't hide active duty service, like line of duty deaths. They can, but it's they have some like it's much harder to hide active duty line of service deaths than it is to hide defense contractor deaths. They do it all the fucking time, and you'll never hear if a CIA officer dies in the line of duty anyway. So there's reporting requirements in line of duty service member deaths. No such restrictions exist for defense contractors, and America heavily relies on defense contractors in the Gulf anyway. So the suspicion is, and no, it's not 500 in the way that the IRGC has claimed. That's ridiculous. Oh, okay, I don't believe that. I'd be shocked if that was the case. You can't hide 500 people dying, okay? You can't hide 500 soldiers dying. The number being 500 means it's not just defense contractors anyway. It would mean like actual uniformed service members dying as well. So my suspicion is, I have a headache. My suspicion is that there are defense contractors that are getting hit, and they're hiding the casualty reports because they can with defense contractors, and that's what those strikes are. Because otherwise, they're literally striking hotel rooms with Shahed drones, and then those hotel rooms are just fucking empty, right? And that seems a little ridiculous. The very fact that they have hit hotels and some civilian areas, and there are very few casualties, even on like the Gulf National side or the Gulf Residence side, implies that they are hitting something. We just don't know what they're hitting, like who they're hitting. Why is it hard to hide active duty deaths? There's like reporting protocols for if people die in the line of duty. Like they have to inform next of kin, things like that. Obviously, the American government does hide it, but I'm pretty sure that there's oversight around that sort of thing. I mean, you can't even hide the fucking contractor deaths either. To be fair, like for example, there were diplomatic cables that were intercepted by Washington Post, and those diplomatic cables showed that like some CIA assets were hit. And we learned about it because the Washington Post reported it. This is something that I brought up earlier. Yeah, Washington Post State Department cable relays that 2 Pentagon employees were injured in an Iranian strike on Bahraini hotel. That was on March 2nd. An Iranian drone strike on a hotel in Bahrain injured 2 U.S. Department employees. Now, the question is, does Iran internally have the capabilities of figuring out where these guys are, or are they getting aid from a much more powerful government with incredible surveillance capabilities? Iran vid 30,000 dead. What the fuck are you talking about? So, one of the ways that they definitely were surveilling American defense contractors in the region was their applications. One of the ways that they were surveilling active duty service members was through the apps that they use on their phones. Because U.S. CENTCOM a couple of days ago sent out a mass notification to all of the active duty and all of their assets in the region to stop using their applications on their phones, like, to stop ordering food on like whatever the fucking regional Uber Eats is, because there was a suspicion that there was a leak from those apps, and that is yet another point of confirmation. That was yet another point of confirmation that they were very precise in their targeting, because at the end of the day, they have, like, the Iranian side here has a lot to lose by just like striking random civilian targets in the Gulf without any reason, right? Like, they could. I'm not putting it past them, and there could be collateral damage as well. But I suspect that those targets are very precise. And the only thing that the only reason why I feel this way, the only reason why I'm speculating, is because of, bits and pieces of information like this. Obviously, we'll never fully learn the story. We won't fully understand exactly what happened in the early days of the Iranian operations, specifically the drone strikes on the Gulf soil. The airports is easy. Is the easiest way to understand. You attack the airports because you want to, one, stop the troop evacs, like medical evacuations. Again, war crime. But also the legal reason is because American military aircraft also land in those airports. They use the refuelers. Like, the legal justification for why they're striking the airports is because the civilian airports are dual use, because it plays a role in the logistical chain that America, like, when America is putting their refueling planes, like landing their refueling planes in a civilian airport, all of a sudden that's dual use, which is, once again, ironic to even bring up the fact that there's, like, this is a war crime, because, we're talking about America and Israel here. Okay. Iran could be doing war crimes every single day with all of its might, with whatever its capabilities are, and it wouldn't touch a fraction of what Israel has done in the region to Iran, to the Palestinians. Like, it's not even a question, right? Like, so it's like comparing the bombing of Dresden to the Holocaust, you know?
According to the Iranian foreign minister, could you tell us what kind of support that China is providing politically or otherwise to Iran? Is there any military or dual-use support? Thank you.
China opposes the U.S. and Israel launching military strikes against Iran, right, in violation of international law. We support Iran in safeguarding its sovereignty, security, territorial integrity, national dignity, and upholding its legitimate and lawful rights and interests. China always advocates resolving issues through diplomatic and political means. We call for an immediate stop to the military actions to prevent the conflict from spreading and spilling over to avoid further escalation of the situation. That did not answer the question at all. But maybe in some ways it did answer the question. Yeah, I'm fluent. I'm fluent in Chinese, baby.
Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, and I want our soldiers and wounded to know the entire nation stands behind you.
Their ballistic missile capabilities still the pride of Iranian state TV, with intercepts this Friday over Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and a large fire at a US Kuwaiti airbase caused by Iranian ordnance. But in Israel, the country's formidable aerial defense is doing what it's meant to do, and the pace of incoming fire has dropped off noticeably. It may be that Iran is running out of missiles. It may be that its strategy for now is to focus on the Gulf countries and that the worst is yet to come, as they keep saying. But I think for the Israeli security...
Israeli media, our soldiers might be captured or dead. Oh, no. Stop. No. Are you talking about the special forces? The special forces operation where they tried to fucking land in Lebanon? No. Bro, they did it again. The 3D video of Trust Me, Bro. This is where the late Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was located when the IDF attacked with 50 Israeli Air Force fighter jets. The Israeli Defense Forces released a 3D animation. Dude, why are you even doing this? Like, no one cares. No one believes it. I don't even know why they're doing it at this point. It's kind of crazy. I know that there were multiple security incidents in both Bekaa and the south. Al-Mayadeen, citing Israeli media, the Radwan force of Hezbollah set up an ambush for our forces. Quds intense exchange of fire between Radwan and the occupation army forces in Qiyam. Unconfirmed, I'm just sharing. Bro, you can't be fucking throwing that out there. Okay, there is a way to interpret this reporting. Okay, when Hebrew media says there is a difficult security incident, what that means is people died. Okay? If it's an extremely difficult security incident, that might be hostages. Okay? Oh, Ali Mortada is back. He says, hello, my enemies. Welcome to Baalbek. Israeli media, Hezbollah's Radwan force has ambushed our forces. I don't know when this video is from. Ooh, is intense gunfire targeting Israeli helicopters attempted to evacuate the forces involved in the landing operation in Nabi Sheet as Lebanese resistance fighters continue to confront the occupation. Oh, shit. So they did actually fucking... So they did smoke them, and then they tried to extract them. Israeli forces attempted an airborne landing in eastern Lebanon, but withdrew after a difficult security incident. Local reports say Israeli forces attempted to land near Nabi Street in Bekaa Valley in eastern Lebanon near the Syrian border, but the operation failed and the troops were forced to withdraw from the area. At least 14 Israeli airstrikes hit the area during the incident. Oh, that's hostages. Oh, that's got to be hostages. Okay, so... there was a special forces operation that took place. They got ambushed, right? According to initial reports. If they deployed airstrikes, I suspect that they were trying to, well, not hostages, prisoners of war, obviously. Sorry. POWs, yes. I apologize. I mean, I don't really... You know what I fucking mean, Chad. Calm down. Gunfire seen in circulating video shows resistant fighters targeting Israeli helicopters surrounding the operation. Hebrew media described the episode as a difficult security incident in Lebanon with details currently under Israeli military censorship. Is it? I feel like it's happening. I feel like it's literally happening. It's the fucking decades. It's the decades. This week has been a decades of happenings. All of those fucking 18-year-old brigadier rear admiral generals. By the way, if you get those yellow ribbons out. The reason why I say it's likely that prisoners of war were possibly taken is because they immediately start fucking pummeling the area when the operation goes south, and they realize that they realize that the Hezbollah forces were able to ambush and potentially take prisoners of war. Israel's policy is to kill them. Now they're saying a helicopter was shot down. Hezbollah reportedly ambushes Israeli special forces in Lebanon. News sources report that an Israeli special forces helicopter operation in the Bekaa region in eastern Lebanon was met with an ambush. Where is the fucking... Don't you mean prisoners of special security operations? Yeah. Reuters. Oh, remember what I told you about American insurance. Oh, a spokesperson for Iran's Revolutionary Guard challenged U.S. President Donald Trump to deploy U.S. naval assets to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, Iranian state media reported on Friday. Oh. The U.S. Navy could begin escorting oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz if necessary, Trump said on Tuesday. The conflict in the Middle East has halted shipping and energy exports through the vital Strait of Hormuz. Guard spokesperson Ali Mohammed Naini said Iran strongly welcomes the escort of oil tankers and that U.S. forces will be there for the crossing of the Strait of Hormuz. And we are, by the way, awaiting your presence, according to state media. What ambush, Lon? They're invading a foreign country? Fucking ambush? Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? Like, that's... I'm not putting a negative association to Hezbollah ambushing foreign invading forces by the fucking Israeli Nazi brigade. Are you kidding me? It's fine. You can do an ambush and have that be... Ambush is not... It's just like a tactical move. It doesn't mean a bad thing. We recommend that before making any decision, the Americans remember the fire on the American supertanker Bridgeton in 1987 and the oil tankers that were recently targeted, Naini said. At least 9 vessels have been attacked since the U.S. and Israel first began strikes on Iran on Saturday, and the guards ordered ships not to cross the strategic waterway. We're going to be winning so much. We're going to be winning so much. You're going to say, please, Mr. President, no more winning. No more winning. The funny thing is that currently the ship owners, the insurers, won't even pay for the regular security escort that most ships purchase, even when there isn't war. Yeah, because there's the movement is halted entirely. Okay, remember what I said. Burn this image to the back of your mind. Okay, an American naval asset trying to escort an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz and getting fucking lasered with Iranian rockets. Because that will be the resounding image of American empire's collapse, okay? Because think about how easy it is for Iran so far, even with all of the American and Israeli strikes taking place, to pepper Bahrain. Okay? The Strait of Hormuz is 20 kilometers long. They will not be able to get American naval assets to walk the oil tankers through. It's like 20 to 30 kilometers wide. Wait. Okay, shut up. I said long, wide, whatever. It is an incredibly tight, an incredibly narrow passage. Not only is it an incredibly narrow passage, but Iran has a lot of go fast boats that they deploy. Those are still fine, right? Because America keeps talking about how, like, oh, we're destroying Iranian, we're destroying the Iranian naval assets and all this stuff. They still have plenty, I suspect. But outside of that, they can just lob unlimited missiles, okay? They can lob unlimited missiles. I don't even think they didn't even mine it. No, they did not even mine it, for the record. They could mine it if they want to. I don't think they mined it. I don't think they will mine it. They don't have to mine it. Because as it stands currently, they can just fucking do a missile barrage, a drone barrage at any fucking naval asset that tries to ensure and pull through an oil tanker from that incredibly fucking narrow passage. And that will be Donald Trump's that will be Donald Trump's final move here. There is a reason why it hasn't. There's a reason why they haven't attempted it yet, and I don't think Donald Trump is crazy enough to do it. It will be fucking over. Houthis might face off with the USS Gerald Ford soon. Oh yeah, USS Gerald Ford is moving as well. Seen a lot of questions about why Ansar Allah has stayed out of this, and we may soon discover it's because they're going to solo the Ford CSG. This is a dramatically riskier situation for the USN than what the Lincoln has been dealing with, because if the Ford wants to make it to the Arabian Sea, it'll have to pass through Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is only 16 miles wide at its most narrow point. Either that or they're about to attempt the funniest possible thing in the Hormuz. U.S. military planners are reportedly examining options to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Any viable solution would likely require heavily escorted merchant traffic. Yeah, that part is fucking insane. I'm telling you right now, any sort of fucking naval warfare in the Strait of Hormuz is going to be devastating. Any sort of naval warfare or any sort of naval positioning in the Strait of Hormuz is going to be fucking devastating for the Americans. Okay? I'm telling you right now, I haven't been wrong so far with what I've been explaining to you. It just doesn't make any sense as to how they would just, like, you might as well be feeding the Iranian death machine more and more American troops, more and more American naval assets at that point. Like, what's that meme of what's that classic meme where it's like, you've been wrong as you've underestimated Iran? No, I didn't underestimate Iran necessarily. I overestimated America's capabilities, but I think a lot of people did. And plus, I wasn't as like doom and gloom as many others were, for the record. That's ridiculous. Are you saying our troops will be impacted? Yes. Can you explain why? Isn't America's Navy better? Brother, America's Navy is still living in the real world, okay? It's still limited by physics. What do you think happens when hundreds of fucking Shahed drones, many of them will be intercepted, but 100 fucking Shahed drones are swarming a naval asset? What are you talking about? It's literally a choke point that has a fuck ton of I suspect a fuck ton of missile launchers directed at it from the Iranian side. We're talking about American naval assets that couldn't hold, American naval assets that could not even open the Red Sea, because the Houthis were able to successfully give them too strong of a fucking fight. I'm not even, dude, this is like, but we have submarines? Okay. I don't think you understand. What the fuck's a submarine gonna do to transport a fucking oil tanker? It's not, Iran doesn't just have boats to possibly fucking laser these oil tankers. What's a submarine gonna do to 1,000 fucking drones? Also, Trump has defined this war as basically being no threat to America, like zero losses. His loss condition is very different than Iran's. Yeah, no, he has not defined this war as basically being no threat to America. He has literally openly said over and over again, some people are going to die. As a matter of fact, he keeps increasing the casualty count every day. Every day they ask him, Mr. President, how's the war going? He's like, a lot of you are going to die. You're going to die a terrible death. You're going to die like a dog. You're going to die for Israel, and you're going to like it. And like every fucking Republican on the timeline is like, yes, Mr. President, I fucking love dying for Israel. I'm a dog. I'm a slave. I'm so castrated, Mr. President. I love you. I fucking love you, Mr. President. Fuck my wife. Kill my firstborn. Fuck my wife. That's basically what MAGA's position is in this entire process. Look, where the fuck is it? I was tweeting about this last night because it pissed me the fuck off. Donald Trump says, I guess Americans should worry about Iran retaliating on U.S. soil. Like I said, some people will. To which I responded with, MAGA is fucking cattle. This shit's polling at 84% in the Republican base. Anyone that tells me we got a pivot right to win these people over should never be listened to again. You can offer them social safety nets, but you cannot pivot right to win over these troglodytes. That's why Kamala Harris is, we're going to have the most lethal military argument, was one of the most idiotic fucking arguments of all time. Okay? It was so dumb. And then this person goes, even there's a whole bunch of independent and swing voters who don't agree with this, who you do need to win over by culturally moderating. Dum-dum. I said, yes, the swing voters who hates free healthcare and loves hearing diet fascism, but with abortions. Or do we concede on that too? These guys are so fucking stupid. Also, Iran has short-range shaheds that go 300 plus miles an hour and have stealth coating on them, making them harder to target. Yeah, they're too busy tweeting this, which, by the way, is insanely humiliating. This is reportedly footage that Lebanese border guards caught on thermal. Channel 12 Israeli helicopters are attempting to land on the Syrian border. Clashes are heard in the area. The occupation army is launching airstrikes in the area. This is usually a bad sign. Yeah. If the occupation forces are launching airstrikes in an area where there's Israeli troops, that means that the Israeli troops have been captured. That's literally the only thing that means. Because that's their contingency plan. Yeah, more and more people are saying 9/11 too. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Are they going to play the video? Or they are playing the video. Video's trash. I watched it. Oh, wait. There's some movement. Troop movement. Helicopter. Wait. Oh, no. It just gets behind the... That's it? That's just them landing, right? This is the start of the global reset. We think empire is a good entity which cares about the betterment of humanity. No, it does not. They want chaos everywhere. And Iran closing the Hormuz is making the process faster. Lebanese media is saying all the Israeli occupational forces fell and their bodies are in the hands of Hezbollah. A lot of shots in Beirut is a fucking war zone from Cam's noises alone in the past 15 minutes. As of 30 minutes ago, Greg Stoker is getting reports from active duty military combat units are getting deployment orders. He suspects the ground invasion is imminent. Oh, brother, that is so fucking dumb. God damn, they're stupid.
It looks like a ground invasion of Iran is being planned for, and active duty military units are now getting deployment orders. The 82nd Airborne Division has been told to cancel training exercises and become deployable. Same with 3rd Special Forces.
Oh, brother. This is, oh, brother. This is... It's not Vietnam 2. It's worse because it's way like worse from the American perspective because it's going to be way faster. This is like, oh God, having the dumbest guys in charge turns out was maybe not the best idea for the continuation of American empire. I'm in a Discord with active duty people. They're also getting ordered to be ready. There's a chance they're just deploying to train and advise proxies. No. When's the last time Americans actually deployed advisors just to train? That's usually the first step before boots on the ground invasion. Yeah. Vietnam, there is never a situation where they just only send the fucking trainers and the advisors, okay? Who are they training?
Damn, this guy's good.